Now, it's very good to see you all this morning. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm thrilled, as always, to welcome so many of you who were already in the chat and already waiting for the stream to start. Let me bring myself up on the screen now. Obviously, we were having a fun time watching the Towel Friends with their chat, but allow me to switch. Oh, sorry for the
thrilled, as always, to welcome so many.
At the beginning of every stream, I like to let the audio play for just 1 or 2 seconds to confirm that what you're hearing is the same thing that I am hearing on my end. It's kind of an audio feedback check. But anyway, we've been working on that the past few days. Sometimes my microphone is really, really good quality and spikes up and the levels are a little loud. But my name's GrantSmithEllis. It's just past 7:30 a.m. on April 29, 2025. We're waiting for today's 9 a.m. start of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial, where celebrate witness Ian Whiffin will continue his testimony. Over the course of the next, 90 minutes or so, you and I, all of us, the Towel Friends, will say hello to each other. We'll get caught up on what happened yesterday. We'll talk about the bombshell developments that Towel discovered overnight related to the fact that one of Karen Reed's witnesses from ARCA during a Rule 14 voir dire in front of Judge Cannoni may well have perjured themselves. If you follow these streams, you will know that Towel has a propensity to go through a lot of information very quickly. But if you get overwhelmed, if you're new to these streams, don't worry. You have a lot of Towel Friends in the comments who will be able to talk things through with you and explain what's going on. And, of course, you all in the Towel Friend chat are like tesseracts in the sense that you, much like a tesseract leaves an imprint on the 3D world that's like a nested cube, you all have your comments right up on the screen. So not only are you able to help interact, engage, and facilitate camaraderie and compassionate discourse with your fellow towel friends and paper towels and towelettes and flannels and soap dispensers in the chat, you can also inform the public at the same time, and you can talk with me. I'm a towel. So therefore, you all are leaving an imprint on the universe that is hard to understand other than it is a 3D imprint on a larger universe, and you all reflect a 4D tesseract. There you go. Towels tesseracts. Lord, protect the O'Keefe family and friends and witnesses with your mighty love. God bless you, Angela Whittick. I think that's a very important way to start the day. But Towel Friends, my word, we have things to get caught up on. The first breaking news that we have to get caught up on overnight is that I very well discovered, I didn't discover it in real time while we were watching yesterday, as Towel became delirious as we broke our Towel stream record and went for 10 hours and 15 minutes. No, friends, I found this afterwards somehow as I continued to do research into the night because I drank a Red Bull after my first energy drink, and then it was just a very intense towel day overall. We started talking about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. You can all blame Christina for that. But anyway, this is very important because while we broke down the full arc, the implications of the ARCA voir dire yesterday, where Hank Brennan just absolutely tore apart Karen Reed's witnesses, what we are going to look at. Oh, so Jennifer Ray, let me take a slight sidetrack. I've heard different reports about this. One report from Christina Rex, who was in the courtroom on X, said that the juror went up to Sidebar, had a conversation with the judge and the lawyers, and then would be continuing on the trial. I saw another report that maybe that was being discussed overnight. I don't know, okay? As of now, will go with Christina's report, which is the juror went up to Sidebar before the jurors were dismissed for the day in the lead up to the ARCA Rule 14 voir dire hearing, which happened after lunch. So the jurors were dismissed before lunch, and when that happened, a juror went up to Sidebar, talked to Judge Cannoni, and then from what I understand, the juror was not dismissed but will be back today. There were follow-up reports, heretofore unconfirmed by Towel, that there may be something that comes up about that juror, but we do not have any reports about that as confirmed reports as of now. We will keep a close eye on that as I take on my Towel Attenborough persona as we get closer to 9 a.m. But yes, folks, we need to get caught up on what happened with ARCA overnight, because forget about just the implications of the devastating voir dire yesterday where ARCA admitted they violated Judge Cannoni's sequester order during the first trial. These are Karen Reed's experts from ARCA. But ARCA also admitted they deleted 105 text messages involving Karen Reed's team. They may well have been Reed's team may well have retained ARCA. Excuse me. Yes, ARCA may have had Reed's team as a client, right? Parallel to ARCA working on and then ending their work on the federal probe, the now confirmed federal probe into John O'Keefe's death. Okay? And that is what the ARCA may be really trying to hide. But it only got more explosive from there, because at one point the ARCA witnesses said that the DOJ themselves facilitated ARCA, the old DOJ under Josh Levy, Rachel Rollins, Dustin Chow, who had a grudge against the Norfolk DA, etc., facilitated, ladies and gentlemen, the ARCA witnesses violating that sequester order. That is a huge deal. Now, we're going to watch this video here in 1 second, but allow me to read you all this summary that I provided for the folks on Twitter last night. Breaking. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial defense witness Daniel Wolf from ARCA potentially perjured himself today after revealing he violated a sequester order during Reed's first trial with the help of the old Boston DOJ. Wolf, despite denials on the stand today under oath, did testify about John O'Keefe's DNA being found on Karen's bumper during Reed's first trial. Twice, and I was able to prove it. Oops, sorry, wrong screen. I scrolled down to the Richard Nixon video. Earlier on Monday, it was also revealed that Wolf got rid of his phone in November of 2024, deleted over 100 texts with Reed's legal team, and failed to comply with an order from Judge Cannoni to directly hand over discovery material to the court. Instead, Reed's experts tried to hand the material in via Reed's lawyers. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the video. We must watch towel commentary. We must be informed and erudite members of the towel fold. I shall make this full screen for you. Angela Whittick will appreciate that. I'm a towel. Let's watch my analysis. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a big deal. I've been saying ladies and gentlemen a lot because I'm towel Walter Cronkite now. Here we go. I can take on all sorts of towel personas. I'm truly the embodiment of a modern James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake. I'm simultaneously GrantSmithEllis, GSE, and then I'm towel Cronkite, and then I'm racing commentator towel, and then I'm lay legal commentator towel. I just have all sorts of towel personas. Someone should write a Vico-style recursive non-fiction motif based on the brave little towel and all his towel friends. Okay, let's watch. That was a bit of an aside. You're a towel.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm coming to you with breaking news coming up on 6:30 p.m., just 2 hours following the conclusion of testimony in the fifth day of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. Ladies and gentlemen, I have reason to believe that Karen Reed's witness, Dr. Daniel Wolf from ARCA, perjured himself on the stand today about his own prior testimony. Ladies and gentlemen, I have confirmed, I have obtained the video that shows that Dr. Daniel Wolf, today when he got up on the stand and said he was not asked and did not give testimony about DNA evidence confirming John O'Keefe's DNA was on Karen Reed's car and taillight and bumper area, lied. Ladies and gentlemen, I have found the clip from the first trial demonstrating that Dr. Wolf did indeed get asked about that taillight DNA evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to Dr. Wolf's testimony from just hours ago in front of Judge Cannoni during a bombshell Rule 14 voir dire. I have proven, ladies and gentlemen, I've proven that Dr. Wolf perjured himself, I believe. Let's look.
When you were receiving information from the Department of Justice about witness testimony, that was before you testified, correct?
Correct.
And part of that, when they were giving you information, did they ever give you any live video?
No, it was just verbal communication.
And they were giving you updates and summaries of testimony?
I wouldn't say summaries. They just pointed out some key things I think that came out.
What were the key things they were talking about with the reconstructionist testimony? What were they telling you?
I think it was as it relates to the arm being outstretched, and I think some of the kinematics of the pedestrian. I also think there was some mention of potentially some DNA evidence.
And is that how at trial, even though you had no evidence that was produced as part of your report, or to consider for your report, that you knew that there was DNA evidence because of the intermediary?
Because of the Department of Justice?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you know there was a sequestration order in this case that you were not supposed to consider or review other witnesses' testimony or information? Did you know that?
I was never made aware of that.
Nobody made you aware about a sequestration order in this case?
No.
But you did, in fact, receive information about other witnesses' testimony before you testified in this case in front of the jury, didn't you?
From the Department of Justice, yes.
What other witnesses were you advised about their testimony and issues in this case before your testimony in this case?
That's all I recall.
Well, you said it was more than one. You said some witnesses. Take a moment, think back. what other witnesses stand out that you were offered information from the Department of Justice about this case before you testified?
As I mentioned, I don't know which witness provided the DNA information, but I would presume that that's the other witness, yes.
So you heard information, you learned that there was information and testimony about DNA.
Yes.
And certainly when you took that information before you testified, you considered it when you testified, didn't you?
No, because again, our report was already solidified, so it didn't change my opinion in any way.
Well, not about whether it changed your opinion. You testified about DNA, didn't you?
I don't believe that I did, no.
I'm going to approach...
Now, Hank Brennan didn't correct Dr. Wolf, but look, I found it, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to the trial channel. Thank you, trial channel, whoever you are. Listen to this. Dr. Wolf was asked about the DNA evidence, and he did testify to it. He perjured himself today. He can say he doesn't believe he did, but it was his own testimony. And this was key because Dr. Wolf was provided information in violation of Judge Cannoni's sequester order during the first trial about DNA evidence linking John O'Keefe to Karen Reed's car. And then today, during the Rule 14 voir dire, Dr. Wolf said he did not testify about that DNA during the first trial. He did. And this clip proves it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch. At ADA Adam Lally from the first Karen Reed trial. Let's watch.
That either blood or DNA would be contained on that taillight. Is that correct?
I believe, yes, that was stated in the report.
And at any point were you made aware that Mr. O'Keefe's DNA actually was recovered from that taillight assembly from the defendant's vehicle?
No, I was not.
Now, as far as forensic reports, what, if anything, were you provided in reference to that, other than the initial crime scene report?
Are you talking about specific to the scene or forensic reports to the body?
Forensic reports specific to the evidence that was recovered from the scene and from the defendant's vehicle.
Only what would be listed in the report.
Now, you indicated one of the materials that you were provided and reviewed was the EDR, event data, recorded data?
The crash data retrieval report, yes.
Okay. Now, were you shown anything as far...
Now, you just heard, ladies and gentlemen, right there, that DNA was brought up during Dr. Wolf's testimony. You just heard it, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it yourselves. And I'm searching to make sure it's nowhere else in the transcript. Hold on. I think it came up again. Ladies and gentlemen, it comes up again. It came up twice in his testimony. Oh, Dr. Wolf misled the court, ladies and gentlemen, and Towell has proven it twice.
Now, as far as that, you're familiar with, there was a piece of a broken drinking glass that was recovered from the same area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found, is that correct?
Amongst the fragments of the taillight, yes.
And are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA being present on those pieces of the exterior of a broken drinking glass located near his body?
I don't believe so.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, his fingernails, are you aware that there was DNA of Mr. O'Keefe and no one else recovered from both his fingernails and from a variety of areas of his clothing?
Objection. Sustained.
Now, from the crime scene reports that you reviewed, are you aware that there was human hair that was located on the right rear quarter panel near the dent that you were talking about?
Objection. I'll allow that.
Yes.
Are you familiar or are you aware that subsequent mitochondrial DNA testing found that the mitochondrial DNA profile for that hair was consistent to a probability of 99.895% with the mitochondrial DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not aware of that.
Now, were you also aware that the broken drinking glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it was found to be consistent with the broken drinking glass pieces that were found in the street?
Objection. I'll allow that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Were you aware that the pieces from the exterior of the broken drinking glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body with his DNA on it were then found to be consistent?
Yes.
Were you also aware that pieces of glass that you were talking about from the defendant's bumper were found to be consistent with pieces of glass recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Were you aware?
Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear that? Dr. Wolf during the first trial may not have been forthright with how much he knew about that DNA evidence based on what he testified at the Rule 14 voir dire today, and based on his testimony at the Rule 14 voir dire hearing today. He got it wrong. The DNA evidence did come up during the first trial multiple times, and Towell has just proven it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is deeply concerning. Deeply concerning. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Follow along every day with the trial. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. This is big news. I'm going to report this now.
All right, Towel friends, that was big. That was a big development. That was a big moment. But I have another moment to show you in just 1 second here. Give me just 1 second. The other big moment that I want to show you is perhaps even more intense. And that had to do with this, whether this DNA evidence was indeed provided by the DOJ to ARCA, and whether Karen Reed's expert, Dr. Wolf, right there, may have potentially perjured himself. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why this is so important is you just saw that Rentschler, or Dr. Wolf, said to Hank Brennan he didn't remember testifying about DNA. Oh, but ladies and gentlemen, it's about more than just that. No, what I'm about to show you, this next clip, I'm going to read it out loud for you right now. Give me all of 1 second. This next clip, I think, is even more telling, because what does this next clip that we're about to listen to and the post I'm going to read you show? It shows that ARCA did have knowledge of that DNA, which means there might be a double perjury issue here, because Wolf may have perjured himself during the first trial. Now, how do we know this? Well, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow towels, I got to work more on not saying ladies and gentlemen all the time. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow towels, let's read this post. What this has to say is potentially even more explosive. So let's take a read together, shall we? Hold on 1 second. Where's my little mouse? Come on, mouse. Come on. All right, there we go. Let's read this one. Another defense witness from ARCA and the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. By the way, yes, the stakes here are ARCA potentially being excluded, not due to the content of their testimony, which doesn't help Reed really at all. It hurts her really, because they weren't told a lot of information, and when they were, they tried to withhold it. But remember, all this testimony, this was like almost like what is it? I saw a lawyer, Matt Teppernick, on Twitter or on X saying that this is almost like a deposition where you're making it so obvious to the opposing party, here, Reed's lawyers, that you're going to decimate these witnesses during trial, that you almost like are compelling them to negotiate some kind of deal or plea out. Like, if those witnesses get on the stand, all their prior testimony can be used for impeachment purposes and for the truth. It's just so bad, it's going to destroy them. That was Brennan sending a message to ARCA and Reed's defense. Another defense witness from ARCA in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, Andrew Rentschler, may have just exposed that his own colleague, Daniel Wolf, committed perjury during Reed's first trial by saying Wolf had no knowledge of John's DNA being found on Reed's bumper near her broken taillight. Rentschler, in testimony during Reed's first trial, said first trial, said that the team from ARCA involved in Reed's cases, that included Wolf, was given information confirming John's DNA was found on Karen's car near the area of the broken taillight, allegedly caused when Karen, while drunk, driving, backed into John at 24.2 miles an hour and then left John to die in a blizzard. However, minutes earlier, Wolf had just testified that he had no such information about DNA. More shockingly, yesterday, during an explosive Rule 14 voir dire in front of Judge Cannoni, both witnesses from ARCA confirmed that it was true. That it was the old DOJ in Boston under Rachel Rollins, Josh Levy, Dustin Chow, etc., who helped ARCA violate Judge Cannoni's sequester order during Reed's first trial in order to learn about that DNA evidence. A sequester order means witnesses can't listen to other witnesses' testimony, and the DOJ told ARCA about witnesses' testimony in real time during the first trial to try to help Reed's defense. Perhaps even more stunning, ARCA and Reed's lawyers confirmed they each deleted over 100 text messages related to the case. Thus, ARCA confirmed they flagrantly violated Judge Cannoni's order issued last week requiring ARCA to turn discovery material over directly to Judge Cannoni's clerk. Instead, ARCA told Judge Cannoni they handed the material into the court via a third party, Reed's counsel. Last week, Hi, Sema, good morning. Are you in Latin America yet? Sema, by the way, folks, is the wonderful person we're sending to Latin America to help build the towel empire. I have to get back to the Post. You can watch it at half speed, I guess. Last week, Reed's lawyers were banned from mentioning ARCA in their opening statements at the last minute after Judge Cannoni found a third instance over just 3 months of Karen's team intentionally withholding information from the court and from prosecutor Hank Brennan related to contacts and payments with ARCA. Previously, Reed's team was found by Judge Cannoni in a formal ruling to have intentionally, materially misled the court about a series of hidden payments and communications with ARCA between March of 2024 and the start of Reed's retrial. That situation only got worse after February 13th of 2025, when the new DOJ in Boston, under U.S. Attorney Leah Foley, a hero and true honorary towel, both allowed local law enforcement partners to confirm the federal probe of John's death was over, and at the same time, 1/30/25, released documents to Hank Brennan via a TUI request, tipping Brennan off to the hidden payments and contacts between Reed and ARCA, quite obviously enabled by the old DOJ in Boston. I also fully believe that this situation is a powder keg, ripe for investigation by the Justice OIG and GOP oversight. Now listen to this, because the former U.S. attorney in Boston who had a very close connection to Karen Reed, Josh Levy, is now suing President Donald Trump on behalf of Harvard. Folks, that big lawsuit Harvard filed a week ago against Donald Trump, look at the lawyer on the last page of the federal complaint. It's Josh Levy. That he's upset at this new administration, and this administration doesn't like lawyers who sue them. This, in turn, gives the GOP, the Republican Party, all the reason in the world to look into the strange behavior of the old Boston DOJ. In particular, as Rachel Rollins was forced out of office during the pendency of the Reed probe for starting a pretextual investigation into another political rival, Suffolk County DA Kevin Hayden, and then leaking that investigation to smear Hayden's reputation. And if you don't believe me, look at the May 2023 DOJ OIG report into Rachel Rollins. She told of Ricardo Arroyo, her ally, when he lost to Hayden in the Suffolk County DA primary, Rollins' old seat, by the way, that Hayden would pay for what he did, beating Arroyo. And then Rollins launched a probe, recused herself from it, leaked it to the Globe and Herald, ladies and gentlemen. That's a very similar playbook to what they did to Morrissey, the Norfolk DA, in my opinion. This political conflagration, I love that word, is compounded, however, because I believe the DOJ, while pursuing the pretextual probe into John's death, did actually stumble onto the cover up of Sandra Birchmore's murder by the same MSP unit detailed to the Norfolk DA who investigated Karen as to John's death. I think, in some sense, Matthew Farwell's indictment and whatever future federal charges come out as a result of that cover-up was used as ex post facto cover by the DOJ to hide the cozy relationship with Karen Reed, her lawyers, and ARCA, a relationship that may well have led the old DOJ with a wink and a nod to allow ARCA to violate Judge Cannoni's sequester order in an effort to help Reed's defense. In any event, Reed's direct connection to Josh Levy was exposed in late 2023 by reporter Lindsay Gattani after Aidan Turtleboy Kearney leaked information about Reed speaking to Levy personally about Reed's ongoing state cases. Thus, as I have said all along, those key series of events in December of 2023, the leak to Lindsay about Reed and Levy speaking directly, etc., which resulted in Karen Reed cutting Aidan off from her inner circle, and by March of 2024, also resulted in Karen openly declaring Aidan a risk, unlocked this entire sordid puzzle. Now, this little towel is simply waiting for the world and, ideally, some kind of government oversight agency or oversight apparatus to catch up. Find the clip of Wolf's testimony from Reed's first trial here. Find the source video of Wolf's testimony from Monday here. More background info on the 105 deleted text messages here. Read more about the tension between the old DOJ and the Norfolk DA here. Primary source documents about the web of connections between the DOJ, Karen Reed, Turtleboy, and otherwise here. Leaked text messages from Karen Reed confirming she viewed Aidan Kearney as a risk in March of 2024 here. read more about the FBI using these kind of honeypot and pretextual probes to get information on targets here, and then read more on Sandra Birchmore's tragic death, God bless her soul, and the cover-up thereof here, and follow along with today's trial. Now, for those of you who are saying, does Grant share his sources? Damn right I do. I cite everything. But you know what we're going to watch right now? We're going to watch the video of Dr. Rentschler. He didn't realize he was doing it, but he threw Dr. Wolf under the bus during the first trial by saying Rentschler, and he uses the word we. Rentschler and ARCA, which meant Wolf, had access to the DNA evidence confirming it was John O'Keefe's DNA on Karen's bumper. Wolf had just testified. We saw it minutes earlier in the first trial that he had no such knowledge. Let's listen to it, friends. Oh, Sole Nino, God bless you for all of your support and your kind words. I saw your questions popping up. I also saw someone ask if I think Judge Cannone is going to exclude ARCA. At this point, I don't know what choice she has. Maybe exclude one of the two, but she basically has to sanction the defense. She didn't let Reed's lawyers mention ARCA in the opening for a while. Judge Cannone probably remembers all of this stuff from the first trial. She probably put this all together immediately. I could see an order of exclusion, but we're going to keep an eye on it, friends. We are going to keep a very close eye. Let's watch Towell's analysis of Dr. Rentschler's testimony from the first trial, though, and let's see just how bad it could get. I'm seeing federal charges, federal investigations. By God, folks, if the DOJ, OIG, or this new Justice Department wants to really look into what Josh Levy did, I think there were multiple potential federal crimes committed between Reed's lawyers, ARCA, and the old DOJ. Strangely, I think Lindsay Gattani is also the person who has the information to put all this together. So look in the chat, by the way. Let's do, a morning. Let's honor the voiceless and the vulnerable. Let's dedicate this pre-show to Lindsay Gattani, who literally, because she got the evidence from Aidan Kearney of Josh Levy and Karen Reed talking directly, put this all together. So take a look in the chat, in the YouTube description. I'm actually going to share it now. We talk so much on this stream about how important it is to fight on behalf of the vulnerable and honor the vulnerable. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have a chance to do that right now. Forsake your early morning contributions or donations you may have been thinking about as to Towell. And I'm going to share a link with you in the chat right now. Please consider going to the Give, Send, Go page for Lindsay Gattani. She certainly is worthy of your support, and I think we all can come together as Towels and show that people like Lindsay, even though they might be suppressed because both sides of the case have reason to silence them, are not alone. We, as a Towel family, a Towel universe, we can come together. We can say to Lindsay, you are not alone, and we can donate to Lindsay, and we can help her in her ongoing fight for justice. And God bless Lindsay Gattani for all the work that she puts in and her heart and intelligence. She inspires little Towel. And ladies and gentlemen, there is a great way for us to embrace Towel's ethos of public information service rooted in a desire to expand, preserve, and demonstrate universal love, thus engendering the cogency of public discourse to ward off the usurpation of Republican forms of government, which means like representative forms of government. We can do this, ladies and gentlemen. We can do this. Thank you. Towels united in this pre-show to support Lindsay, as I took a slight digression there, and I appreciate your indulgence. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, let us watch this video now. Let us support Lindsay if we can. Let us do acts of service and kindness for others, and let's learn about just how screwed ARCA is in the context of the Karen Reed trial, due to the fact that one of the ARCA witnesses inadvertently confirmed that his colleague potentially perjured himself about whether ARCA was told about John O'Keefe's DNA evidence being confirmed as present on Karen Reed's bumper, and potentially tried to mislead the court about it multiple times. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Hello, fellow Towels. I will be with you very shortly this morning for coverage of Day 6 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, wherein Karen Reed is accused of drunkenly backing up her car with a blood alcohol content 2 to 4 times the legal limit to 24.2 miles an hour, striking John, and then
leaving John to die with a traumatic brain injury, incapacitated under a blanket of snow in a blizzard on the morning of January 29, 2022. However, ladies and gentlemen, there was a big development yesterday, two big developments. One of Karen Reed's witnesses from ARCA, Dr. Daniel Wolf, as I already covered in a video yesterday, told Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan during a Rule 14 voir dire hearing to close out the end of Monday's day in court that Dr. Wolf had never been or had never testified about DNA evidence on Karen Reed's car that was confirmed to be DNA, Karen's bumper, that was confirmed to be John O'Keefe's DNA. I proved yesterday that during the first trial, Dr. Wolf did testify about that DNA, and he actually denied, Dr. Wolf denied that he knew about the DNA in question, even though during the Rule 14 voir dire on Monday of this week, Dr. Wolf said he was specifically told by the Department of Justice, who apparently facilitated Dr. Wolf violating a sequester order during the first trial, Judge Cannoni's sequester order, preventing Wolf from listening to other witnesses' testimony. The DOJ told Wolf about the DNA, and then Wolf got on the stand and said he didn't know about it. Now, here's something even more interesting. Another witness from ARCA, while testifying yesterday in the Reed Rule 14 hearing, did admit to getting external information in violation of the sequester about the DNA from John O'Keefe. But that witness's testimony from the first Karen Reed trial is even more interesting, because that witness, as we're about to watch, confirms that they did, ARCA, the witness uses the word we, it's Andrew Rischler, it's a tough name to pronounce, but that witness says that ARCA, using the plural, did get an overview of the fact that the DNA evidence on Karen Reed's bumper was from John O'Keefe. Something is afoot here, folks. There are just misleading statements all over the place related to these witnesses from ARCA. They deleted 105 text messages. I think it's very, very possible that there really was some collusion in violation of court rules and federal protective orders and otherwise between the Reed defense and ARCA. I think Reed's defense maybe really did obtain ARCA as a client, or ARCA really did have Reed's defense as a client while pretending to have been retained in the context of the now confirmed as closed federal probe into John's death. And with the old DOJ in Boston, because of a grudge against Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk DA gave a wink and a nod to Karen and ARCA to do some very serious misconduct. Let's listen, though, to this ARCA witness, the second witness, talk about how the ARCA witnesses did have access to John's DNA evidence, even though right before this witness had got on the stand, Dr. Wolf had also got on the stand and said he had no access to that DNA. We now know in Dr. Wolf's own words, and it was even said directly at the time, although I missed it, as did I think almost everyone else, that the other ARCA witness also admitted at the time that he had access to that DNA evidence, and he used the word we, which means Dr. Wolf did as well. Folks, there's just layers of potential perjury here all over the place. This is wild. Let's watch.
And so also within your report, same paragraph, you indicate blood and DNA transfer would also be highly probable under such circumstances, none of which were reportedly found on the tail lamp assembly or any of the fractured pieces, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that DNA consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe was actually found on the tail light housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I am aware after we wrote or issued the report that it became known to us that I believe DNA was tested and some DNA was found, I believe a small amount. I don't believe any blood evidence was located or found on any pieces, but there was indication of DNA on the taillight housing.
There was also DNA matching Mr. O'Keefe that was found on the exterior of a piece of drinking glass that was found right near his body.
I believe so, yes, sir.
And there was also pieces of approximately 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch of clear and red plastic that was subsequently found to be consistent with the defendant's taillight that was found embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's shirts.
Within the shirt, I believe, yes, sir. Not his actual body.
And so this is all things that you found out after you issued your report in February of 2024, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen,
fellow towels, members of the towel constituent universe, paper towels, hem towels, towelettes, flannels, soap dispensers, and otherwise. Ladies, beach towels. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it there from the ARCA witness himself. That witness said we. Both ARCA witnesses had access to that DNA evidence. So we now know that Dr. Wolf's testimony in the first trial has been called into question. And we now know that Dr. Wolf claiming he never talked about DNA in his testimony during the first trial. Again, this is Dr. Rentschler. We're talking about Dr. Wolf. Dr. Rentschler basically just confirmed that there's potentially 2 layers of perjury here. One, Dr. Wolf saying yesterday to Hank Brennan and Judge Cannoni under oath that Dr. Wolf had never testified about John O'Keefe's DNA during the first trial on Karen's bumper. Clips from yesterday prove that to be wrong, that Dr. Wolf did so testify. And now we have Dr. Rentschler, Dr. Wolf's colleague, standing up there and basically saying, well, yeah, Dr. Wolf and I had access to this DNA evidence. And right before that, Dr. Wolf had gotten on the stand in the first trial and said that he didn't know anything about John O'Keefe's DNA profile being confirmed as matched to the hair on Karen's bumper. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what happened here. The DOJ, Office of the Inspector General, or someone with competent oversight has to look into that old Boston DOJ under Rachel Rollins, Josh Levy, etc. And let me tell you, folks, Josh Levy right now is back with his old law firm and suing the Trump administration on behalf of Harvard. There's a lot of political motive right now for that situation with ARCA and Karen Reed being enabled by Levy and Rollins and Dustin Chow and otherwise to be looked into. Don't mistake the political undertones of this, folks. Watch my live coverage today in just over an hour, youtube.com/GrantSmithEllis. I'll be with you all day. It's youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. You can actually search GrantSmithEllis now in the YouTube bar and it'll pop up. I'll see you all very soon. I appreciate you sticking with me. This is going to be interesting. We'll analyze it all and we'll cover today's witness testimony as well. See you soon. Hey, I did a pretty good preview. I think that was pretty accurate. That was basically what we were going to talk about. All right, now, towel friends, there's one more thing I want to do for you here, which is I want to continue going back to yesterday. I think that pretty much sums up what's going on with ARCA. If you're wondering what's going to happen, I don't know. I don't know how Hank Brennan's going to deal with this, if he's going to bring it up to the jury, to Judge Cannoni, or if he's going to use it for impeachment. I really don't know where this is going, friends. I could see ARCA being excluded. We have to keep a very close eye on that. And there's the evidence that Dr. Wolf's wife is also a free Karen Reed person, further hinting that the deleted communications might hint at a parallel relationship where ARCA was really Reed was really a client of ARCA, but ARCA was pretending they were just independently retained by the DOJ. Now, let's take a look at I guess we can look at Dr. Rentschler's testimony from the voir dire, because Hank Brennan was on fire. If you like Hank Brennan, you are going to love watching these clips, ladies and gentlemen. My name's GrantSmithEllis, by the way. We are just under an hour away from the start of testimony in today's Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial, day 6, of course. Carolyn Phillips, hello. Well, Carolyn Phillips, I create content, right? So, like, I report on things. I'm like a colleague of those people. So I don't really know what to tell you in some sense. I'm sure they know. I'm sure they saw it. Some of these got like a lot of views overnight. Not that I don't track it for that reason, but I have to go through and scroll to get the clips to show you all, and I'm like, wow, that got a lot of views. So, I mean, in some sense, I think they have seen it. Who you send it to is not my prerogative. I'm like a primary source in some sense. Like, I'm amalgamating information. I'm not advocating to specific people to do specific things with it. I mean, I have an ideological perspective, a moral view. I have an analysis of it. But if you're asking, like, what should people do with this primary source information? You can start a movement. You can take the information and bring it to people you think need to know. I don't think you should have ex parte contact with judges, but I'm not a lawyer or your lawyer, and none of this is legal advice. I'm literally a towel. But yeah, I don't know. What would you do with any other primary source? I imagine you would do what you feel is important with the information. You could write a research article on it. You could give some kind of academic presentation. I think that's a little bit less direct than you're hoping for. But yes, of course, you could reach out to the U.S. attorney. You could tell them, you could tell the DOJ, hey, do you know this guy who thinks he's a towel? I think you should talk to him about this. I'm sure they'd be like, yes, we are aware of the guy who thinks he's a towel.
You could talk to the U.S. Attorney, the actual Attorney General in Washington, Miss Pam Bondi, as someone suggested. You could reach out to the Congressional Oversight Committee on Government Accountability and Oversight, which is run by the GOP right now. I'm sure, I think it's a representative, a GOP rep that runs it. So you could do that. You could ask for a series of congressional hearings into Josh Levy. Towel could go and testify. I'll bring Lindsay. It could just become a whole thing. Ladies and gentlemen, you see what I'm saying? That this Towel movement, it's going to become a whole thing. And it's going to be centered fundamentally on engendering cogent public participation in our larger democratic process. And that includes the three forms of government: the executive, the judicial branch, the legislative branch. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we figured it out, fellow towels. We will use the constituent stitched together fabric of the ever-growing towel universe. All of the washcloths, the paper towels, the hemp towels, the towelettes, the beach towels, the flannels, the soap dispensers, every single kind of towel, whether or not you actually are a towel. But everyone's a towel. We will bind together, we'll support Lindsay, and then simultaneously we'll get the U.S. government to investigate Josh Levy, Rachel Rollins, Dustin Chow, ARCA, Adam Deutsch for good measure, and Karen Reed's lawyers and Karen Reed. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have figured it out. The puzzle has come together, and somehow, some way, it is the towel universe who has stitched together the solution to this ungodly conflagration. Yes, a wild spreading fire, an inferno that threatens to swallow whole the Union. We must save the American Republic, ladies and gentlemen. This is a call to non-lethal, peaceful towel arms. We must rise together as a unified voice and say, yes, GOP Oversight Committee, and also the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General. We realize that people don't petition the government for redress of grievances very often to you directly, but we demand that you investigate Karen Reed, Josh Levy, Karen Reed's lawyers, and Daniel Wolf and Andrew Rentschler from ARCA. Yes, it is the embodiment of our constitutional right to petition our government for grievances, to come forward to you, government, and say, you must investigate these people. By God, it is our right as Americans and world citizens to petition for redress of our grievances to the government which serves our representative interests. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have put it together. I don't see that debunked Richard Green nonsense about the Google search going anywhere. The foremost experts in the world, from Celebrate and otherwise, who have testified over and over and over again, showed that the Google searches for How Long to Die in Cold occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. at Karen Reed's request, and that Richard Green misinterpreted a write-ahead log in the WallDB file of a Celebrate extraction is so poorly that Green had to dodge calls from Ian Whiffin, the man who helps to code the Celebrate program and is one of the foremost experts on digital cell phone extraction interpolation in the entire world. Okay, had to duck his calls because Richard Green simply misunderstood a write-ahead log in the WallDB file, and there was never a Google search at 2:27 for How Long to Die in Cold. That was when Miss McCabe was using her phone to look up a local sports website, Hawk Mock Sports or something, and then that tab was opened again at 6:23 a.m. to do the How Long to Die in Cold search, and the write-ahead log is what Green misinterpreted. He also misinterpreted a system overwrite of like the images in the preview bar when you do a Google search. He misinterpreted that system overwrite as a user deletion and apologized for it during the first trial. Yes, so I hope that's a good preview of that. Grant equals paid media. Grant equals negative paid media. Grant loses money and exhausts himself and has no ability to do anything. He can barely feed himself because he's so terrible at managing his life. Towel, as intelligent as Towel is, Towel has absolutely no capacity to manage day-to-day life skills. Unfortunately, it's a side effect of my disability. I have very poor executive function in some regards. It's something I live with. Folks have asked before what is going on with my disabilities. I mean, it's very personal. I don't have to answer, but I'll tell you, first of all, I have colitis. 2 of my siblings don't have their colons. I have to be very careful with the progression of that disease, which can and will, if I don't control it, lead to colon cancer. Although it has not yet, thank God. But I also don't want to go through a colectomy, so I have to be very careful. And then I also have a condition that affects my optic and facial nerves that was caused by complications from a surgery where my esophagus and airway unfortunately started to collapse into each other. It was very unpleasant. It really took me off a path of being in graduate school and pursuing political philosophy. I wanted to look into various forms of service actually within the church. But I could not do that, unfortunately, because of my disability, and I wasn't going to impose that burden on the church, so I went a different path. And after working with doctors and eventually doing all these tests, we figured out somewhat structurally what was going on. We stabilized somewhat my condition, and then I was able to slowly start pursuing some different things. But I also have, I'm on the spectrum, and I also have executive function issues. So combine those three disabilities, and, I'm overwhelmed a lot of the time as it is. And this is a absolutely negative revenue operation in the sense that I just do this as a public service and I lose money doing it. So the donations that I get literally touch my heart, because I think I've actually over the past week and a half, had like somewhat decent meals, and I am trying to I'm less nervous. I don't wake up every morning thinking where my next meal is going to come from. I don't have to use loan services that I have to pay monthly for. Anyway, the point is, no, I'm the opposite of revenue generation. I'd rather you donate to other people. But at the end of the month, I wasn't even going to do a donation read. At the end of the month, yes, I will say to people, I'm very hungry and I need gas money and I can't get to school and I have finals to take. And if people want to donate, I think that's wonderful. But I don't consider that paid media. I consider that people saying, this poor little towel is trying so hard and he's doing this without really monetizing it, because I'm not I don't have sponsors. I don't do paid work or anything like that. And so we don't want Towel to be nervous all the time. That's wonderful. That means a lot to me. But anyway, I closed my eyes for that. I had a lot to say. I know. And it's hard to have a good diet. I think America has created this system where it's cheaper to eat poorly. And so even Murder by Maestro the other day, our dear fellow towel friend, said to me, Grant, you can't just go to Burger King. That is just pure sugar. Yes, you are eating calories, but it's cheap, but it's not going to fill you up, and it's sugar. So I was like, oh, okay. And then I thought about okay, I can go get grilled chicken, which I did, and I can get rice and I can cook it. But even that, I counted it out, the cost per meal was $8 or $9 to go get the chicken breast and then cook the rice and the cheese and the bread. And so it is expensive to eat healthy, but God bless me, Towel is going to try, and you Towel friends reinforce that all the time. Oh, thank you all for your prayers. I know. It's why Towel sits so much. I get so lightheaded because of the blood loss, and I'm in so much pain all the time. And what you really all do is you help distract me from that. It is agonizing most of the time. I don't sleep very well because I always wake up burping, and I swallow air, and if I roll the wrong way, it's very painful. So I never sleep well. I'm just always in pain. But I try not I don't know if you've watched the past 50 hours of these streams. I don't really complain. I don't talk about it. And you all help me to live. I don't consider myself disabled. I'm differently abled. I'm disabled to the extent that it's hard to do things, and it's very basic things, but I'm differently abled. I have a brain, and I can use that brain, even if my physical vessel is breaking down, to communicate with you all and help the public learn, and that means so much to Towel. Yes, Towel does shop at grocery stores for his grilled chicken. I try not to go to Burger King, but my word, once a year, well, it's once a month for Burger King, once a year for my special takeout place, that's $16, but that's outrageous. I do try to go to the grocery store most of the time, and I only eat bread, cheese, chicken, and rice for the most part. I do eat candy, like chocolate now and again, and I will eat chips or whatever, some granola-based cereal. But I don't eat very much, which is not going to surprise anyone, because most people on the spectrum only eat very bland foods. Not most people. There is a very common trait among people on the spectrum to only eat very specific bland foods. But anyway, beige foods, I think is the word. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Alana. God bless you. We have I'm not going to name the person because I didn't see if they talked in chat, but we have a Towel friend who's actually going to be undergoing back surgery this week. I was praying for them earlier and keeping them in my thoughts. So let us think of, as we do this slight break, it's coming up on 8:20 a.m. this morning. The Karen Reed trial is going to start at 9 a.m. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Let's take a moment also to pray for our towel friend and keep them in our thoughts, who's going to go through back surgery on, I think, Thursday of this week. I know that all the towel friends will keep that person in their mind, and as that day gets closer, we'll continue to reinforce our thoughts and prayers for that person. A chef, I don't know if we need to hire a towel chef. I think I don't know. Like I think this is what's hard. Like I tried to explain it to the people who, like, I have family in my life, and I have this very sweet man who's a friend of my mother that is probably the only person who actually tries to like understand, like manage the fact that I have strong executive dysfunction, and because I can't do it. Like I try so hard, and I just get overwhelmed and give up. And my doctor knows it's an issue, and so anyway, we're working on it. And I don't think like I want, first of all, I think a chef would be gratuitous. I think it's more just like there are certain administrative elements of daily life that I'm very bad at. So like, I think it would be really nice if like I could just have like pre-packaged, like ready to cook food that arrives. That would be really helpful, like a week at a time. But like, I don't know how to do that. Like I can barely change my tire when it gets a hole in it, you know, like it's very hard for me. So, and I realize this is to my detriment. But you can see how much passion I have for the subject matter, and that's what I focus on. So I'm just like, oh, I'll starve, like whatever. If it gets to me walking the countryside, preaching my message in a robe, asking people for food, like that's what I'll have been called to do. But I also realize that's maybe not what I'm called to do. It's just a byproduct of my executive dysfunction. So I don't know if you all have any ideas. We can talk more in the future. Towel definitely needs like support because he is disabled, and he's very bad at facilitating that, which is ironically a byproduct of having executive dysfunction. If you could administer that kind of thing, you wouldn't need the help. But anyway, thanks for allowing me to go down that rabbit hole. I'm sorry we took such a digression there, but I started thinking about all of your different comments and questions, and it is in some sense your pre-show, and I'm happy to discuss, but I also close my eyes, so sorry if I go in and out of answering your questions. And God bless the person, the fellow towel, who's going to have back surgery this week, and God bless you, Alana, during your recovery. I can only imagine. My surgery that I had actually impacted my abdomen and my back as well, and I have had situations where I couldn't walk for months at a time because I bent over, and the whole area was so tight that I tore a muscle just bending over. So I can't even imagine having surgery on the back itself. Kefir. I think kefir is an Arabic coffee, if I remember correctly. I don't think it has psychoactive properties, but it's mostly consumed in the Levant, I want to say, like Egypt, maybe Lebanon, Syria, a little bit like that. But yeah, that's what I know of kefir. But okay, towel friends, I'm going to keep reading your comments. I will watch for the follow-up of kefir. Let's watch Rentschler's testimony yesterday. Everyone was waiting earlier when I probably said, as a cliffhanger, Hank Brennan did wonderful. Let's watch. He was in the zone, and then I just stopped talking about it and started talking about random towel things. Oh, they were touching in some sense, and we were wishing our fellow towel friends well. But it was not about the video, so let's watch the video. Pronounce kefir. Kefir. Oh. And $99 on Whole Food for 30. It's not coffee. I don't know why I think that it's coffee. I have this strong association with it being some kind of drink. It probably is a drink, but I thought it was caffeine based. And I'm also probably now going to be told that it's not Arabic. It's actually from Indonesia or something. And I'd be like, well, that doesn't surprise me. You must contact RFK. I don't know if my mom knows him. I'll ask. It wouldn't surprise me. My mom knows all sorts of random people. When I was growing up, my mom would be like, okay, Grant, let's go for a ride. I'd be like 8 years old or 9 years old. Let's go for a ride. And we'd go over to Watertown to this like TV studio. And she'd be like, okay, come on inside. And I would sit in the green room and drink like a Sprite and like do my homework or something. And, you know, it was really fun. But she'd be like, okay, Grant, you just sit there for 20 minutes and you do your homework and mom's going to do this. And I thought we were just like going to do some like her TV thing. It became routine. And then one day she's like, Grant, my friend is on the water near the Charles River. We have to go see him. And I was like, what do you mean? He's fishing? And she was like, no, he brought his yacht. And it was Geraldo Rivera. And then another time when I was growing up, my mom went on a trip to New York, and she came back and she was like, Gran, I have a GameCube for you. And I was like, oh, I've always wanted a GameCube. I didn't get to play a lot of video games growing up. I was always like one generation behind. And I was like, why did you give me this? And she was like, oh, my friend Montel, I told him that you really like video games, and so he gave this to you. It was Montel Williams, the TV show host. So I used to have those kind of moments growing up all the time. So it would not surprise me if my mother knows RFK somehow. All right, let's watch this video. Enough of Towel just ranting. 9 a.m., folks. We're 34 minutes away from the start of testimony, which will continue with Ian Whiffin. We don't need to do a full brief on Ian Whiffin's testimony because it was really explained quite succinctly, and Ian Whiffin confirmed Jen McCabe's Google searches were at 623 at 624. And then what we'll watch after this clip to lead into Ian Whiffin, this is Rentschler, but we'll watch Ian Whiffin next from Celebrate. Ian Whiffin also confirmed John O'Keefe's phone never left the lawn of Fairview Road after 12:32 a.m. when Karen is alleged to have struck John while drunk driving at 24.2 miles an hour with a BAC between 0.13 and 0.29 at precisely 12:32 a.m. on 1/29/2022. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, fellow towels, let's watch this clip that I delayed watching for so long.
Testified before in this case?
I have, yes, sir.
In a last voir dire in a past trial?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have conversations and communications with the defense before your last testimony?
I did, yes.
Did you use text messages to communicate?
I believe there was maybe one text message.
Okay. How about phone calls?
There was maybe one or two phone calls, I believe.
Okay. Would it be fair to say there was 6 text messages for you?
Yeah, I believe I sent one, and then there were 5 sent to me.
And were there 23 phone calls?
No, I don't believe so.
Have you looked at the records outlining the phone calls that supposedly you made to the defense?
I looked at the records from the defense, but then I looked at my own records, which indicate a different number, only 3 phone calls, I believe.
Okay, so the 23 phone calls that are summarized, you don't think you made those phone calls?
No, if you look at them, it's like 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute. And in that time period, according to my phone records, I have like a 21-minute phone call that encompasses most of that time.
Okay. Did you discuss with the defense before your testimony anything about this case?
I don't believe so, no.
When you say don't believe so, do you remember speaking to them about this case at all?
I remember speaking about my qualifications and my background, and I believe that's it.
Did you ever use any other medium to have conversations with the defense other than texts or emails or phone calls?
No, sir.
Did you ever communicate with them on Signal?
No, sir.
Why not?
There was no reason to.
As an expert, when you communicate with clients, there's no concern about having it in writing, is there?
When I...
Keeping a record, whether it's a phone call or a text message or an email, there's no concerns when you're dealing with clients having a record of that, is there?
Well, I don't believe that ARCA has any specific policy for that, no, sir.
Mm-hmm. Did you keep track of your hours prior to your testimony?
I did, yes.
And before you testified, did you have conversations with people from the Department of Justice about this case?
Yes, I did.
Did they inform you about witness testimony?
They did inform me, yes, about testimony and situations and events that came forth in the trial that I was not aware of.
Who decided whether it was going to be an issue worthy of talking about before trial?
With the DOJ, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, certainly that would have been up to the DOJ. I mean, I would have had conversations with them. I don't believe that I asked or requested anything, but they were called to update us about what was going on.
Do you know why they were calling and raising certain issues with you?
I do not know, no, sir.
And by calling and raising issues and telling you information, even if you weren't requesting it, it helped prepare you for your trial testimony, didn't it?
Well, it certainly helped prepare me to understand what was going on during the trial, yes.
Did you know there was a sequestration order? That there was supposed to be no discussion of testimony and issues that were occurring in the courtroom before you testified?
I'm going to allow it. Were you aware of that, sir?
No, I was not.
Okay.
After you testified, before you testified, did you get a chance to meet anybody from the defense?
Just when I came to court, I think for the voir dire is the first time I met anybody.
Did you just spend time with the defendant and the defense after your testimony?
Well, after my testimony at trial on the 24th, yes, I was provided a ride back to the airport, and I believe I was the last witness, so before my ride to the airport, they said there's a lunch next door. We need to get somebody else to take to the airport. Come over, have lunch. I had lunch, stood in the corner, and then got a ride back to the airport.
Spend time with the defendant and her family?
Oh, they were certainly there.
Did you talk to them?
Well, they talked to me. As I said, I ate my lunch, and then I actually went and stood in the corner, and then I believe some people came over to talk to me and approach me.
So you spent some time with them?
Certainly, yes.
Okay. And, sir, I understand the report is not going to be ready until May 7th or after?
I believe currently that's what the estimated deadline is, yes.
And so in evaluating Dr. Welch's materials, you wanted to look at the raw data, the conclusions, the findings, the PowerPoint, all the materials, right?
Yes, you'd like to review all the materials before coming up with an
You
opinion.
make a decision on what you think is appropriate to contest or maybe agree with, and then do your own test if necessary, correct?
To be able to respond to what those opinions and allegations are, yes, sir.
And it's taken you at least a month to fairly do that, hasn't it?
Well, I believe that's what we've had, a month. I don't know if it's taken us a month. That's basically all we've had up to this point to do that.
And it's still not done?
No, not yet. That's correct, sir.
Folks, that was an even bigger deal. I hope you heard that. Okay? Then we go to Sidebar. But that was an even bigger deal because and I went on to analyze it. What in essence happened was Judge Cannoni said, I'm going to order you potentially to do this before May 7th. That was a huge deal. Now, folks, that's to wrap up ARCA for now, but let's take a look, shall we, at what's coming. Ian Whiffin's testimony ended on this note related to the position of John O'Keefe's phone, confirmed as never having moved from the lawn of Fairview Road. Let's watch this together, shall we? Hold on. Where is it? No, that was the cross. Let's watch this. This is the confirmation. Let's watch the overview. We're not going to watch all 20 minutes of this, although it will take us right into it. Actually, you know what? This is what led up to the close of testimony of Ian Whiffin yesterday, so this is a preview of where we're going to pick up. Towel friends, this is perfect. I'll expand it for you in a second as the map gets going, but take a look, towel friends. And by the way, I want to say a few things. First of all, God bless you to Jew Drops for supporting this channel so much. Jew Drops is a towelette. Jew Drops is always one of the first people on the stream, perhaps the first person on every stream. Jew Drops stays throughout almost every stream, always honoring and supporting the cause of justice for John O'Keefe, saying prayers for the O'Keefe family. Jew Drops is a wonderful towelette. If you haven't said thank you or honored Jew Drops by saying or showing appreciation, please do that. And Jew Drops reached a milestone of being the first person to send 10 super towel chats on this wonderful stream. So God bless you, Jew Drops. Towel thinks about your positive impact on the world all the time. And then I also want to say God bless you to the person who sent over a donation on Venmo. I appreciate it. There are multiple ways to support Towel. It's going to take 30 days or so for YouTube to actually kick in. So please don't feel either way, but if you want to directly support Towel at the end of the month, there's also ways to do that in the stream description. All right, folks, let's start watching. Towel's Public Information Service here. I'm a towel. You're all towels. It's almost 9 a.m. It's coming up on 8:35. We are 25 minutes from the start of the presentation of evidence in today's Karen Reed trial, which will begin with Ian Whiffin from Celebrate, picking up where he left off yesterday. And you might be saying, well, where did Mr. Whiffin leave off yesterday? Well, I'm a towel, and we're going to watch together because I archive these kind of things. The benefits of watching a truly human-centered public information service based on educating, informing, and entertaining the polity at large. Let's begin.
But apparently not like that. There we go.
Thank you.
So on the evening of the 28th, see an average temperature of around mid-80 degree Fahrenheit. I've got no understanding of where the device was at this time, whether it was in a pocket on a surface, whether it was in use or not. But I just wanted to get an average idea of temperatures of the device. By 13 minutes after midnight, we're still at 82 Fahrenheit. At 22 minutes after midnight, we know from the location data that the device was currently in a car. And we see the temperature has dropped to 77 Fahrenheit. By 37 minutes after midnight, we now know the device is already at Fairview. It's been at Fairview for approximately 12 minutes. And the temperature has continued to drop. It's now 72 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffin, if I can interrupt you. At 12:37, when the temperature drops to 72 degrees, is that before or after the healthcare data stops for that evening?
That's after.
Thank you.
45 minutes past, the temperature's dropped to 66 Fahrenheit. 53 minutes past, it's dropped to 61 Fahrenheit. 7 minutes after 1, it's dropped to 55 Fahrenheit. At 1:36, it's dropped to 50. And then we have a large gap in the data, with the next record being made at 6 minutes after 6 a.m. when the temperature is 43 Fahrenheit.
Mr. Whiffin, if a phone has any protection or coverage, well, let me ask it this way. Do you know what, if anything, happened around 6:02, 6:03 to trigger that 6-degree drop in temperature?
I don't know accurately, no.
Okay. And then you're now at 6:14 and it's 37 degrees?
Yeah, you're correct. This is the coldest temperature recorded.
Do you know what, if anything, happened to that phone at 6:15:01?
I don't know.
Okay, please continue.
And then, as of that point in time, from 6:35, we start to see an increase in temperature to 43 Fahrenheit. At 6:40, it's up to 50 Fahrenheit. At 6:48, up to 55 Fahrenheit. And at 6:56, up to 61 Fahrenheit. And then also plotted this out onto a graph just for visualization. Again, we can see on the evening of the 28th, the temperature is relatively consistent. It starts to drop as we know the phone is traveling in a car. And by the time it arrives at Fairview, we only see it drop until 1:36 a.m. We see a relatively modest drop over the next few hours, but no records recorded. We see the final drop at 6:14, and then we see an increase. But there are no increases occur prior to 6:14 that would suggest that the phone went from a cold environment to a warm environment or had extensive usage.
Between 1:36 a.m. and 6:06 a.m., is there any indication at any time that battery temperature went up?
No, there's no records related to battery temperature at all for that time.
Thank you. Is there another area that you looked at for your conclusions in this case?
Yes, I was looking at device usage.
What is device usage?
Information about when the user unlocks the phone, what applications they're using, what they're using the device for, and when they lock the phone again.
Would device usage require an actual person to interact with the phone, or can it happen without user interaction?
Everything that I was looking at was related to physical interaction and manipulation of the device by a user.
Please continue.
So the three sources of data that I used for this were Knowledge C, a database I mentioned earlier that logs lots of different activity, including device unlocks, device locks, applications that are on screen. The current power log, which I mentioned, which can track button presses. So specifically when the lock button is pressed and the times that I display have been offset appropriately. And unified logs, which is essentially a list of almost everything that's happening on that phone for a short amount of time. But it would be used, for example, if you had a problem with your device, took it back to Apple because it was crashing all the time, let's say, they could look at the unified logs and figure out, well, what's causing these crashes to occur. So really granular. We see that at 12 minutes and 52 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using biometric Face ID. The SMS application is on screen for about 5 seconds before it's closed, and then the user presses the lock button at the side of the device to lock the phone. At 13 minutes and 54 seconds, biometric Face ID is used again, and the SMS application is opened. And at 14 minutes and 29 seconds, the lock button is pressed again, causing the device to lock. 15 minutes and 46 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen because that's the application that was on screen when the device was locked. And the device is locked again at 16:03. At 17 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked again using Face ID. The SMS application is still on screen from before. And at 18 minutes and 12 seconds, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock. At 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 18:31, the SMS application is closed. At 18:34, the phone application is opened by the user actively pressing on the phone icon on the home screen. At 18:36, they're now in a call, and this causes a different screen on the phone. And at 19:23, that phone call ends. At 19:29, the Waze application is opened by the user pressing on the icon on the home screen. And that's open for approximately 5 minutes, closing at 24 minutes and 26 seconds. 2 seconds later, at 24 minutes and 28 seconds, the device is locked by the user pressing the lock button on the side of the phone. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is opened using the icon on the home screen. And at 25 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user to lock the device. At 27 minutes and 45 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. The SMS application is already on screen. And at 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the device is locked using the lock button. 29 minutes and 52 seconds, device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous usage. And at 29 minutes and 53 seconds, the lock button is pressed to lock the device. 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. SMS application is already on screen from the previous use. And at 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user. And that is the final interaction with the device. It's the final unlock of the device using Face ID, and it's the final logged button press on the device as well to lock the device.
So the final interaction with John O'Keefe's cell phone that night?
Correct, up until 6:15 a.m.
In 12:32:09 was the last time before the phone moved again the next morning?
Correct.
Is there one more area that you engaged in analyzing to help reach your conclusions in this case?
There is. During my time looking at the unified logs that were mentioned, I found a record that appeared like it could be interesting that was called Doppler. This was the pocket state that I think I mentioned earlier, and it detects when the user takes the phone out of a pocket, or at least removes the item that's blocking the camera. There were hundreds of thousands of records within the unified logs that I was able to filter down to just the Doppler records and to filter and aggregate down into a more digestible number, which is what's shown here. So again, whenever the device receives a phone call, or whenever the device is picked up in a particular way, the camera activates and it actively looks for a face. If it finds that the camera is blocked, it records the fact that it's in a pocket state. And it will continue to record pocket state until either the obstruction is removed, so the device has been removed from a pocket, or until whatever is calling for the Doppler check to be completed. So for example, if I make a phone call, it will continue to check and look for a face up until the phone call ends, or the ringing ends. So in this case, at 12 minutes and 37 seconds, see a small amount of time where 4 Doppler checks were conducted. And that ended at 12 minutes 37 seconds with a pocket state cleared event. At 12 minutes and 39 seconds, there was a 7.5 second period where 108 Doppler checks were conducted. Again, that ended with a pocket state cleared event at 12 minutes and 46 seconds. At 25 minutes and 8 seconds, there was a single Doppler check that resulted in a pocket state. And at 29 minutes and 37 seconds, for 5.5 seconds roughly, there were 97 Doppler checks. The 97th check resulted in a pocket state cleared event at 29 minutes and 42 seconds. At 31 minutes and 52 seconds past midnight, there was an 11-second period where 155 Doppler checks were made. The 155th Doppler check resulted in a pocket cleared event at 32 minutes and 3 seconds. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds was the start of a 5-hour and 20-minute period where 26,500 Doppler checks were conducted. Every one of those checks came back to say that it was in a pocket state. There was never a pocket state cleared event during that time. At 2 minutes after 6 a.m. And 41 seconds, there was a 12-minute period and 20 seconds where 417 Doppler checks were conducted. The 417th Doppler check showed a pocket state cleared event at 6:15:01.
Mr. Whiffin, as a result of your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, considering the location data, including Waze data, and considering the healthcare data, the pocket state information, the battery temperature, did you have an opportunity to create a timeline putting all of these different important pieces of data together so you could show them to the jury in chronological order?
I did, yes.
Would you share with us now your timeline and explain it for us?
Of course. So again, this combines all of the information from the previous slides, just showing it all within a timelined view. So at 18 minutes and 25 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID. We see the SMS application is in use. For around 11 seconds, a phone call is made from John to Jennifer McCabe. Phone call lasts 36 seconds, starting at 18 minutes and 47 seconds. That call ends at 19 minutes and 23 seconds, and the mobile phone application is closed at 19 minutes and 24 seconds. At 19 minutes and 29 seconds, the Waze application is loaded on screen. And at 20 minutes and 49 seconds, which is what this location on the side relates to, we see an incoming message from Brian Higgins saying, "You coming here?" At 22 minutes and 14 seconds, this is the start of the 3 flight climb events as the device is driving along Oakdale Road, I believe that one is. At 24 minutes and 26 seconds is when the Waze application is closed and the device is locked via the lock button at 24 minutes and 28 seconds. At 24 minutes and 37 seconds, the three flight climb events comes to an end. And at 24 minutes and 38 seconds is the first record that shows a speed of 0 meters per second. At 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the message, "You coming here," is read at 25 minutes and 8 seconds after midnight. At 25 minutes and 9 seconds after midnight, the device is locked using the lock button. At 27 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight, a text message is received from Jen McCabe saying, "Here." At 27 minutes and 45 seconds after midnight, the device is unlocked using Face ID, and the "Here" message that was just received is read at 27 minutes and 48 seconds. At 27 minutes and 50 seconds, the lock button is pressed by the user, causing the device to lock. At 29 minutes and 37 seconds, we start to get some Doppler checks, and at 29 minutes and 42 seconds, the pocket state cleared event is written. At 29 minutes and 44 seconds, there's an incoming call from Jen McCabe. This is answered and lasts for 7 seconds, ending at 29 minutes and 51 seconds. At 29 minutes and 52 seconds, the device is unlocked, and a second later, the lock button is pressed, causing the device to lock again. 31 minutes and 47 seconds after midnight, a message is received again from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Pull behind me." And at 31 minutes and 52 seconds, the Doppler check records a pocket state. At 31 minutes and 56 seconds, we start the health event that shows 36 steps were taken. And at 32 minutes and 3 seconds, there's a pocket state cleared event. At 32 minutes and 4 seconds, the device unlocks with Face ID. And again, I'll point out that makes perfect sense if the Doppler state clears, because it's no longer within a pocket, and then it unlocks a second later. That makes sense with the logic that's been identified. At 32 minutes and 5 seconds, messages applications on screen, and the message "pull behind me" is read. 32 minutes and 9 seconds, the messages application is closed, and the device is locked for the last time. At 32 minutes and 16 seconds, the 36-step health event is ending. At 33 minutes and 14 seconds, we have the first of the 26,500 Doppler state records that all record pocket state. This is followed by several phone calls at 33 minutes and 35 seconds, 34 minutes and 9 seconds, 34 minutes and 38 seconds, 35 minutes and 9 seconds, 35 minutes and 35 seconds, and 36 minutes and 9 seconds.
Now, tell friends, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We're less than 10 minutes away from the start of evidence in today's Karen Reed and John O'Keefe Day 6 of the retrial, which will begin with Ian Whiffin, which is why we're watching this. This was the conclusion of Whiffin's testimony yesterday. We're going to come right into Whiffin's testimony today. So it's actually perfect timing. Now, the next 5 minutes are going to be explosive, but I want to pause to address someone's comment. Let me make something very, very clear. Jen McCabe Googled how long to die in cold at Karen Reed's request at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. The fact and all of the evidence confirms that. Not only the technical data, according to Ian Whiffin, the Celebrite expert, and Dr. Jessica Hyde, but also the fact that Karen Reed was asking very similar questions to the EMTs, as we already heard while she was taking the ride over to Good Sam after her parents had her sectioned, Karen, for making threats of self-harm. Now, let me make clear to that commenter. Let me make very clear. The fact that I have been critical of what Kate Peter did in the context of the Aidan Kearney investigation after October of 2023, or it's right around there, maybe summer of 2023, should be further proof that Jen McCabe did nothing wrong in the context of the Karen Reed trial and Googled how long to die in cold at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. That buttresses my credibility, commentator. The fact that I've been critical of Miss Peter in the context of the Kearney prosecution. Although I think both Aidan Kearney and Karen Reed are guilty of the respective crimes of which they are charged. Okay, that buttresses my credibility that Jen McCabe Googled how long to die in cold at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. I don't know what to tell you. You walked into a very, very, very unfortunate blue wall. Strange. And don't sea lion. The towel wall, I don't know if you've ever been on this channel before, but it's literally hundreds of towel friends, and there are 3 rules: no being discriminatory, no being derogatory, and no sea lioning. And if you don't know what sea lioning is, well, take a look on the internet, because I'm a towel. Let's keep watching. This is big, folks. This is going to show the confirmation. John's phone never moved from that lawn from 12:32 a.m. when he was allegedly struck. When he was allegedly struck by Karen Reed, who was drunk driving with a BAC 2 to 4 times the legal limit. As Karen admitted on video to the jurors, Karen should not have been driving at that time, and then left John to die allegedly in a blizzard from a combination of a traumatic brain injury, which left John incapacitated under a blanket of snow, and hypothermia, as indicated by reddening of John's pancreas. Let's watch the end of the video. This is the devastating revelation of John's phone never having moved. Let's watch, ladies and gentlemen.
All calls from Karen, call were all unanswered, and all resulted in pocket state being detected by Doppler. At 36 minutes and 9 seconds, And again at 36 minutes and 40 seconds, 2 more phone calls received from Karen, again showing unanswered calls and resulting in a pocket state being recorded by Doppler function.
Pause, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a towel. You know, Karen also told the news media in an interview that I'm sure Hank Brennan's going to play that Karen waited for John for 10 minutes. She didn't wait. Karen right away, I believe, saw she struck John, and that's why she said she knew he was mortally wounded. That's why her story tried to evolve from leaving him at the waterfall to how she had saw him at the house after she was told her car was seen at the house at the time of the alleged collision. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a very, and yes, by the way, it's entirely possible that John's arm got clipped by Karen's taillight and caused the damage. Karen was going 24.2 miles an hour. Force equals mass times acceleration. Okay? Mass times acceleration. Mass times acceleration. Over and over and over. 2,000-pound car accelerating at 24.2 miles an hour, making contact with a 200-pound man standing up, his elbow. Ladies and gentlemen, this, don't let the, Jay, you are getting very close to the point of sea lining, and we don't allow sea lining. That's what I'm saying. If all of these towel friends have wrenches. Any single one of them who comes to determine your sea lining and trying to distract us from the data we're about to see is going to stop you from doing so. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch. We're not going to let him do this.
37 minutes past midnight, battery temperature has dropped to 72 Fahrenheit. And at 37 minutes and 8 seconds, a further phone call, again unanswered, again resulting in a pocket state recorded by Doppler. 37 minutes and 31 seconds, a 3-second voicemail received from Karen. And at 38 minutes and 21 seconds, another incoming call. And at 38 minutes and 26 seconds, another incoming call, both unanswered, both resulting in Doppler pocket state being detected by Doppler. And I've also showed some of the locations that were recorded at around this time by the device. 40 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. This is the first iMessage or SMS message received by the device, which is unread. This is followed up 2 minutes later, 42 minutes and 9 seconds, by another message from Jennifer McCabe saying, "Where are you?" And at 42 minutes and 35 seconds, there's a 40-second voicemail received from Karen. 43 minutes past midnight, the battery temperature has now dropped to 66 degrees Fahrenheit. At 45 minutes and 53 seconds, another incoming message from Jennifer McCabe saying hello. And again, we can see location data at 53 minutes and 7 seconds, placing the device on the front yard somewhere, kind of around the flagpole area. 55 minutes and 31 seconds, a message received from Karen stating, "I'm going home." 55 minutes and 50 seconds, a follow-up message saying, "See you later." Another location data, this is the location that's shown bottom left. And at 2 minutes past 1 a.m., another message from Karen saying, "Your kids are cooking alone."
Mr. Whiffin, based on your analysis of John O'Keefe's cell phone, keeping in mind some of the data points you shared with us, that McCabe was initiated around 12:19, that the car reached the flagpole around 12:24:37, that the only health data during that later time near 12:30 was from 12:31:56 to 12:32:16, that the last interaction was at 12:32:09, followed by an overnight pocket state, and an increased reduction.
Objection, Your Honor.
So I need to hear the question first.
Including a increased reduction in the battery temperature. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that after that phone stopped in the car at the flagpole area of 34 Fairview, whether or not that cell phone remained near the flagpole the entire night until after 6 a.m. the next morning.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow it.
The location data that shows accurate tends to show around the flagpole area. There's no further health data other than 36 steps that were taken that suggest that it moved after 32 minutes and 16 seconds after midnight. The battery temperature data never indicates that the device went from a cold environment to a warm environment, which I would expect to see if the device went inside a building. And the Doppler state information suggests that the camera was blocked for at least the majority of the 5-hour period, with no records showing that the camera was unblocked during that time, which would typically happen if you were to pick a camera up and move it around.
Does that lead you to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Whether that phone remained in the flagpole area from around 12, 24, 33, until the next morning at 6 a.m. or after?
That's
the
my
objection's
opinion.
sustained. Ask the question in a different form.
Do you have an opinion where...
So, folks, my name's GrantSmithEllis. We're about to go into session. That's where we basically cut off. We went to sidebar. Then Mr. Whiffin had one or two more questions, and this is where we're going to pick up. Folks, that was fascinating. Harpo, welcome to the ranks of honorary towels. Anyone who is a fan of Jew Drops is an honorary towel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I have two things I'm going to do for you. First thing we're going to do is, we don't yet have video from inside the court, but I do have the Karen cam. So even if the pool cam doesn't start, we have the Karen cam. Now, ready? I'm going to take us over to the Karen cam stream. The Karen cam screen. You're only going to hear Towel going forward, but that's okay. I become horse race commentator Towel at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, the horses are entering the starting gate. We will lift the starting gate. No doubt Hank Brennan will accomplish his task in a linear fashion, and then Bob Alessi will run in circles for hours, potentially trying to get the horses to conduct some kind of lecture about how Chewbacca was responsible, along with the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, for John O'Keefe's death. Now, I'm not exactly sure how horses in the starting gate tie into Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, but ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you, I will not be deterred. I will not be deterred from explaining this connection. And yes, it may be only a tactic by the defense to distract the jury, but do not get lost in the important value of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for this trial to come into session, as a few reminders. One, this is a public information service, which you are more than welcome to support by liking this stream, subscribing to this channel, and if you want to help Towel get through the end of the month as we wait for court to come into session, you also have the ability to send a donation by using the information up in the YouTube description. Someone was kind enough to send over such a donation earlier. This is a service that literally runs at a loss, and Towel definitely needs some help for the next week. Towel had to, just getting through the last week was very tough. Towel had to go to places he doesn't normally go. It was a very tough week. God bless you all for helping Towel get through that. And now we just have to get through a few more days and Towel can start the cycle again. But with that said, we still not are in session. Towel fans, we still not are in session. And you're more than Towel fans. You're members of the Towel universe. Although I think we all are actually fans of Towels. We're not fans of the fan when that comes on the screen. We don't like the fan. If you're new to this stream, when the fan comes on the screen, we all start getting up in arms because the fan is the antithesis of the light. And we want the courtroom pool operator during sidebars and other such moments to show the light. Why? Because the light of our world reflects the shared compassion that embodies the Towel universe's worldview. Now, let's take a look. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. When that camera, when you hear sound over the speakers or when that camera changes, that is when you will know. That is when you will know, ladies and gentlemen, that we are ready to go. Now, I have one more thing to do here. Hold on one second. There's your chat. Look at you all. Your towels. You are now on the screen. Your towel chatting away. And I'm a towel. We're all towels. The horses, the proverbial horses, are at the starting gate. We're not exactly sure where Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man are. They were last seen in a car together, as you can see in the middle of your screen. They were trying to escape the jurisdiction. The Karen Reed fans went on a hunt for the Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man car. It led to the identification of a bunch of people who weren't actually Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. In fact, Aidan Kearney was discovered, allegedly, in this strange satirical world, wearing a wig pretending to be Chewbacca. Oh my goodness, friends, the developments in the Karen Reed trial, they just get more intense by the moment. Did any of you seriously... Oh goodness, we have the fan. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to say that it is the fan today. I will not be showing you the fan until we are in session, but you can expect us to... Oh, 5 memberships were gifted by Dewdrops. Towel friends, if you want to chat, now's the time, because you're going to start getting your memberships. You're all going to be able to use towel emojis. It will truly be a wall of towels. We don't know where the former juror lawyer is. We don't know. But ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to join the wall of towels. Dewdrops has made so many of the fellow towels now honorary towels with their memberships. You can use towel friends. If you've just been gifted a towel membership by Dewdrops, you can go into the emoji section. You can use towel emojis. Ladies and gentlemen, towel emojis truly speak to the heart and soul of the towel movement. And all you have to do is click the emoji button in your YouTube chat, click the towel emojis. It will become, I tell you, it will become a wall of towels. It will just be towels everywhere. The horses are at the starting gate. The towel emojis are being unleashed on the world. Ladies and gentlemen, everything is coming together. Karen Reed is heading towards a conviction, in my opinion, as to responsibility for John O'Keefe's death. There are new towel friends. It has become a wall of towels. Ladies and gentlemen, and fellow towels, it is just a wall of towels in the towel chat. And if you have just become a towel member, please extend your gracious appreciation to Dewdrops for welcoming so many new towel members to the fold. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I am monitoring closely for you. We have not come into session yet. We are waiting, though. We are waiting. And all of the towel friends celebrate in real time in the bottom corner of the screen with their wall of towels, their new towel emojis next to their name after becoming towel members. Oh yes, Dewdrops is a legendary towel. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are in the presence of greatness, we can only stand and celebrate. Yes, this is Announcer Towel, if you're wondering what you're tuning into. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and we are awaiting the start of court in today's Day 6 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial. I, for some reason, have taken on the persona of an announcer of a horse racer, of a horse racing announcer, as we wait the lawyers lined up at the starting gate by an ever-vigilant race official, Judge Cannoni. Here we go. The horses, the lawyers, the Bob Alessis, the Chewbaccas, they all take their places. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, maybe one day we will get the, oh, you know what? I can do it because you have to have 5 members. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, I may be able to give you the Chewbacca and Marshmallow Man emoji. I'm not guaranteeing anything. So stay with me. Stay with me. Stay with me. I have a plan. Okay, watch this. So I have to do this convoluted, but I think I might be able to give you all by the end of the morning, or at least the end of the next few minutes, the Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca emoji. Now listen. This is a very rare privilege for us to be able to use an emoji that reflects Karen Reed's defense in such a beautiful microcosm. Chewbacca, ladies and gentlemen, and the Marshmallow Man. That will be our new sign that the Karen Reed defense is being ridiculous. Yes, you will be able to put in chat in real time, especially when Bob Alessi is talking and going in circles on the infield grass and failing to get to the finish line, images of Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is the erudite, insightful, informative, lay legal commentary that you come to this channel for. You come to find out and deploy the Chewbacca and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man emoji. Yes, it is the rarest of all emojis. The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man Chewbacca emoji. But is that not what you come to this stream for as we wait for court to come into session. My word, ladies and gentlemen, if you cannot realize the explosive ramifications of being able to deploy the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca emoji, yes, very important. Keep the Marshmallow Man away from the towel warmers. That could be very dangerous. Listen, when I tried to ask the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man what he was going to do that Alan Jackson has brought him into the trial, in the satirical form that it was, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man told me that he was going to pull a Turtle Boy and take the fifth. Then I said to the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, are you sure that that's a good idea? And he became enraged, became like 400 feet tall, and tried to take over New York City. So I don't think we should do that. I don't think we should put the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man anywhere near towels. In fact, I think we need to get them completely away from each other. I don't think we need a rampaging Stay Puft. Look what Alan Jackson has unleashed on the world, ladies and gentlemen. This man has unleashed on the world a full 400-foot tall, rampaging, literally rampaging Marshmallow Man. Now, let me see. How do I add, hold on, let me see. How do I actually customize these memberships to add the emoji? I just did it the other day. Maybe it's under customization. Hold on, towel friends. We will not be deterred. Why can't I just add more emojis from the customization page? I have to go to the customization page. I have to go to the membership page. Then I have to update what the memberships are like. Hold on, towel friends. We're still waiting for court to come into session. Somehow this became... Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming into session. Bear with me. You'll get your emoji soon enough. Priorities, folks, priorities. Gonna get a little dual audio for a second. Don't panic.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I do have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing the case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their head. Before we start, at the end of the trial, when I give you your instructions, I'll explain to you what a stipulation is. But essentially, a stipulation really is just something, a fact that the lawyers agree to. So what the lawyers want me to tell you, what they agree with, is that last Friday, when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn. It looked like a rock. If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th of 2022. Thank you. With that, could we have Mr. Whiffin back, please? Good morning.
So you're still on your own. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lessie, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach with
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach with
Yes.
Thank you.
Good
from last year.
Your Honor, if I may address the court.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffin's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Whiffin.
Good morning.
And welcome back.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffin, I just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Okay.
And just if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You ready, Mr. Whiffin?
I am.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to, with Your Honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30 and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf? And if you could enlarge the text down below as much as you can so the jury can see it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. So, Mr. Whiffin, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 34 Fairview at 12/24/38 where it remained static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah, so at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the timeline of Mr. Whiffin that we had published yesterday in Deck 79. Mr. Whiffin, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts to a westerly direction as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
But it was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Now if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is again a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And so 12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolk, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So, I want to discuss with you the very top entry, Health 12/31/56, where you have the entry, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in a March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe?
Yes.
Yes.
Now if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction of the device, is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go, stay on that report, and the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
correct.
In fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, you know, why the accuracy is reduced at this point, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave, which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
Right. So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting and notable, you did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
So, given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct, not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text, and if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to to connect this part of the text to that diagram with the big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
The next paragraph. Well, we'll stop there for a moment, and I would like to, Mr. Will, go down, scroll please, to that diagram that's right below that text again. Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more accurate than the data that comes from the Apple apps like Health Data and Location, correct?
Incorrect, no.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So, when someone is using a Waze application, is the information they get through that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes, Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Waze, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to page 30. What I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible. Correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Next paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 00:25, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Wolk, if you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction there that you included in your timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Wolk, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please. So, you testified that the flagpole and the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar. Come in, please.
Towel friends, it's GrantSmithEllis. I'm here with you. That was very annoying sound. I apologize for that. There's Paul O'Keefe, the brother of John O'Keefe. We are waiting for the sidebar to conclude. We pan the O'Keefe family. We see Peggy O'Keefe. God bless the O'Keefe family. Oh, Papa O'Keefe is in court today, too. God bless Papa O'Keefe. God bless the O'Keefe family, towel friends. Let's extend our towel prayers to John's family. God bless them. We cannot have, unfortunately, a permanent O'Keefe family cam, but we can wish them well. We're coming back into session now, folks, just a few seconds away. The weird loopy cross of Ian Whiffin from Bob Alessi continues. Bob Alessi's on the infield grass talking about Chewbacca. I'm a towel. Let's begin. Give it a few seconds. Let's go.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. If we could dim the lights again, please. Thank you. So, if we can enlarge that depiction. So, yesterday, Mr. Whiffin, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer is
no.
Right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking
Yes.
you that according to your testimony yesterday and this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location,
yes,
within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82. And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56, and then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a report. Sorry.
You don't have to answer that.
Sorry, please.
That's okay.
Mr. Whiffin, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welcher?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture?
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
You believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture?
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe?
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's retained by the Commonwealth, what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger?
Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffin?
Very vaguely.
Okay.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
I object.
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you, Mr. Leslie, please.
Oh, my word, towel friends. It's GrantSmithEllis here. We might be coming up on a huge moment. We just heard Bob Alessi try to ask the Commonwealth's expert, Ian Whiffin, if Whiffin was aware of another report from the Commonwealth's expert from Aperture that shows a collision event involving Karen Reed's car at precisely 12:31 or 12:32 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Oh, my words. Oh, my word, towel friend. My words. I'm just lost for words. What are we going to get here when we come back from Sidebar? What is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen? Are we going to have a situation where Bob Alessi, to try to get ahead of this, ends up confirming to the world that there is data showing a collision event between Karen Reed's car and John O'Keefe? Oh, my word. Dewdrops, this is Bob Alessi trying to get ahead of what could be absolutely devastating evidence. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen, I can't believe it. It is an unheard of defense strategy. They're mentioning that there is evidence of a collision between Karen Reed's car and John O'Keefe at precisely the moment Karen, while drunk, is alleged to have backed into John. Well, how is this sidebar going to play out? What is going to happen? My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel. We're watching live. Will Alessi be able to ask his question? This is an extended, protracted discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Fellow towels, we're watching in real time. This is, yes, it's a sidebar with nothing going on, but my word, we are about to see when the sidebar returns whether Bob Alessi is going to be allowed to ask this question. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a moment to miss in the Karen Reed trial. A protracted, prolonged sidebar. I am Grant Towel Attenborough SmithEllis. I sit with you here, watching the O'Keefe family, pensive, paying close attention, all watching the sidebar. The Reed family, deeply concerned. Esty rubbing her eye. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe the defense in the Reed case is about to potentially confirm there's collision evidence in the data. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Bob Alessi is a sinking towel. Oh, God bless you, Courtney Myers. The towel's educated commentary is the best. I am Grant Towel Attenborough SmithEllis. I observe the courtroom in its natural environment. God bless you, Courtney. We pay so close attention, ladies and gentlemen. This is a protracted sidebar. I'm recording this right now to clip it, and I don't even know if I should end the clip or wait for the clip to come back. I feel like we should watch it all in one clip. No, it's too long for one clip. This sidebar, ladies and gentlemen, it has gripped our attention. Horse racing towel announcer is in the building. Oh my word. Bob Alessi is falling behind the pack. We'll call him horse number 3. Horse number 3 has gotten completely distracted. He has ran into the infield grass, ladies and gentlemen. He has gotten into a verbal argument with what looks to be some type of turtle man dressed in a Chewbacca costume. Ladies and gentlemen, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is coming over to intervene. Oh goodness, oh no, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man has taken the Chewbacca-like creature, put him into a car, and they seem to be escaping. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a good sign. Yes, this is why you should tune into youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Somehow, everything inevitably involving Bob Alessi traces back to Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Oh, Courtney Myers says, you're the best, Dewdrops. We're a community with a common thread. Oh, yes, the towel fabric, the universe of the towel fabric is stitched together, woven so tightly by a common thread, preserving, demonstrating, and expanding small acts of compassion and service to others in the furtherance of universal and unconditional love. Yes, we are overthrowing the current soft power political world order based on preserving, demonstrating, and expanding power. And instead, we will use the power of towels to facilitate intercontinental economic cooperation, preserve the status of the petrodollar, ward off the rise of the BRICS, and more importantly, bring about an age of Aquarius defined by universal love. Ladies and gentlemen, Towel Stream has truly evolved into a platform for positive change. This sidebar is intense. This could be a moment, ladies and gentlemen. People are saying Bob Alessi has dropped the baby. I didn't know Bob Alessi has a baby. I'm so confused right now, but that's okay. We are going to continue monitoring. This is the kind of erudite, informed, and exhilarating courtroom coverage you tune into Towel Stream for. Who else brings you this? No, the other streams, they just go mute. Not Towel. With Towel, you get active color commentary on courtroom proceedings. Truly, what more could you want? A Karen cam, the chat acting like tesseracts in the corner, a theme of towels and universal love. Truly, we are embodying the world revolution of the modern digital age, ladies and gentlemen. Universal towel love. It is a philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. It is embodied in our love of towels. This sidebar, folks, it is going on. It is going on. Hold on, I missed. Okay, we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, 20 seconds. I'm a towel. Will Bob Alessi get to ask his question? Tune in now. I'm a towel. Bob Alessi dropped some kind of baby. There's no actual baby. I'm very confused. Somebody help Chewbacca.
May I, Your Honor?
You can approach.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffin, I'm handing you this. Excuse me, Mr. Brennan. I'm handing you this document.
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness? Sure. Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Whiffin, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an Aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffin. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. '82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 31:56. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the timeline, which is 12:32:03. You see that? That's Doppler?
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the a phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point it became unblocked.
So at this point it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock. Device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Typically, you must be paying attention to the phone.
I'm sorry, sir?
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone?
Yes.
At 12:32:05, application focus. What does that mean?
That the messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this. It says read message, pull behind me, and that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's a Jen McCabe message of 31:47, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 12:32:09, end application focuses messages, and then it says device locked with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
Do you understand what the term fine motor skill means? Do you understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 12:32:16. End of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, again 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you need the light, Mr. Alessi?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you,
Could
Your
we have
Honor.
the lights, please, Dave?
Do you recall writing in your March 2025 report the following? The final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16 during which 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters, again that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Do you know a trooper named Nicholas Garino?
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you. A moment, Your Honor, please.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes. I just wanted to make sure I've got the entire report. Mr. Whiffin?
Thank you.
And may I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you've read a report of Mr. Garino.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't recall ever seeing this report.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you had, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that? Object to the floor.
Sustained.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe.
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 So, is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered, and this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
Oh, no, it's not.
So let's take it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone could be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters, or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
So if the distance from the flagpole to the front of the house is 72 feet, and your report notes 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline. Deck 83. We now have Doppler 1233-14, and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall writing that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
To switch? Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60. And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet. iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct?
Yes.
The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a locked state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests. You had an appendix to your report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can I just ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffin, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy in front of me.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Would that be helpful, Mr. Whiffin?
Very, thank you.
Okay.
We approach it.
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. And Mr. Whiffin, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
Okay.
So, are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario 1. Test scenario 1, you took an iPhone, if I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John O'Keefe's was iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
Very
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this test?
Same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model.
Yes.
And it's a software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
And now if we could, Mr. Woke, if we can put that, do we have that in would be page 77? And if we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more. We're not concerned with the text at this point, so we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you. Thank you. So, what I'd like to do is focus on January 29th. Excuse me. This is your experiment. When did you do test scenario 1, approximately, the date?
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry?
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
Correct.
So what you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
It was freezing. Yes.
It is sort of your just regular freezer that everybody has.
A regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
Special about
No.
it. Let's look at some of the data that you have from this. Let's start at the 1710 time frame, where it's placed in the freezer, and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees. Correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question, Mr.
I'm happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure. I have a moment, Your Honor. .33, would that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf. And if you could just scroll up, well, just if you just leave it there is fine. So if we take the time that we start out with a control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated it, that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
we're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario 1 in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22 degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped $50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature,
correct,
right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry, that's below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius,
right,
and it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more
yes,
than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 32 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough. So, in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you think that that would be an important piece of information in analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you didn't think it was important, even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in your report, including battery... You all set, sir? I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury. Yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions?
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who
as part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
You discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan?
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discussed. Didn't you, in your answer moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discussed a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial?
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning, in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody. Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir? A lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you did, you didn't include in your slide presentation and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Let me see if I can ask it in a different way. Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all? Your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Right, so you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct? Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday, in your presentation to the jury, in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature and the chart that you gave that is up there in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffin?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though,
Okay.
sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is, you work with law enforcement investigators regularly,
Yes.
correct? Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear on a final point as regards to temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Whiffin. I'll be right back. Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffin, if you bear with me, I just have one final set of questions. If you look at this chart, and you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees, but you then go down, what I'd like to start with is 12:37 again, and this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees, and then 8 minutes later, 8 minutes, the temperature only drops 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 1237 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 1253 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can, excuse me, Your Honor, one moment.
Okay.
The final data point on this slide, Mr. Whiffin, and thank you for bearing with me on this. At 1:36, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
I'm switching. May I have a brief moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have Exhibit 42, please?
What is Exhibit 42?
It's
Okay, thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
May I hand this to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm handing you Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge, you don't need the text, so if we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge the first few entries. Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe, duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 1847, just 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call, duration 36 seconds, to Jen McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing, but I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Mr. Sidebar.
Sidebar, towel friend. Sidebar. That means towels here. No such thing as empty air on towel stream, ladies and friends. No such thing as empty air on towel stream. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are watching. We're watching closely. We see Paul O'Keefe in the foreground. We see Karen Reed in the front. This is gonna be a very quick sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in just a few seconds here. There's Chief. Hi, Chief. I'm a towel. We see Gretchen Voss, Flint from the Boston Herald, Andrea from Canton Community TV, Penny from WBZ, and I think that's Abby Patkin from the Boston.com and the Boston Herald next to her. I did it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm doing great color commentary. I'm a towel. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We are watching coverage of the first part of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, day 6, first part of day 6. We should be coming up on our morning break any minute now. Ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, be prepared. I'm providing color commentary. We should be coming back into session any moment. You can see Alan Jackson's already up on the Alan. Oh, maybe Alan Jackson didn't go to Sidebar. It's just Bob Alessi and Hank Brennan. Ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, we are watching closely. The towels will prevail. Justice shall prevail. This is the only stream where you get Towel, Grant, Towel, Attenborough, Smith Ellis providing commentary on the Karen in her natural environment. The Karen laughs. She engages with the David Yannetti. David Yannetti with his spaghetti. He pensively discusses. Karen is nervous. Karen is not a towel. We are returning, ladies and gentlemen. Should be in a matter of seconds here. There is a lot of movement. Towel watches over the courtroom. Towel Attenborough. Okay, folks, we might be going to morning break. Hold on. We'll wait for the confirmation. You know what happens when you get Towel Attenborough on the watch. That means if we do go to morning break, you'll get to hear me talk for 20 minutes, and then we'll come back and Hank Brennan will take over. And I'll continue to be a towel.
I'm told this seems like an appropriate time to take our morning recess, so why don't we take a 15 or 20-minute recess?
That's it, towel friends. We're going to morning recess. We'll be back. Oh, no, Joe the fan. How dare you? How dare you? I am offended, sir. I am offended, courtroom pool camera operator. How dare you show the fan? We do not support the fan on Towel Channel. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We're heading into recess. Let me become a towel, and I will show up on your screen in just a matter of seconds here as we wait for the court to come back into session. Ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels, the jury is bored. They are restless. Those are the reports. The towel reporters are in the chat. They are going out into the world, doing their acts of kindness, observing what's going on. Towel has introduced some kind of backup cooling device with his computer, so I'm trying to keep things a little bit more streamlined today. Stay with Little Towel, folks. I should be popping up on your stream in just 1 second. We are in our morning recess. It is only a 20-minute. Get rid of that fan. I do not believe in the fan. The fan is heathenistic. The fan does not represent the light. The fan induces dizziness in towels. Ladies and gentlemen, if you watch the Towel stream, if you are a member of the Towel universe, my name's GrantSmithEllis. Thanks for being with me. It was a morning that can be best described as Bob Alessi, as predicted by Towel, running around in circles and blaming the Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Well, folks, certainly a boring morning indeed, but all of the reports from in the courtroom, they're flurrying out into social media, and they all say the same thing. Bob Alessi has lost the jury. Bob Alessi seemed to pick up on that by the end when he was apologizing and trying to go quicker. Bob Alessi's own co-counsel seemed to know in their own faces that he had lost the jury, and Hank Brennan, the prosecutor, the super towel himself, allowed Mr. Alessi to just continue going on and making no sense. My name's GrantSmithEllis, and I'm a towel. Kerry Gold says we're all going to need group therapy if Bob Alessi's convoluted conflagrations continue. Bob Alessi will sometimes lead up to a point that makes absolutely no sense and talk in this tone, almost like Towel pretending to be horse racer, racing announcer Towel. It is completely out of the blue and makes no sense, and is juxtaposed with a courtroom atmosphere that is bored and otherwise confused. And in that way, when you talk like this with such an intonation in a non-sarcastic manner to parody the ridiculous ongoing chaos that is the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, it doesn't work for the jury. It just comes across as you being some kind of ridiculous anthropomorphic towel. And while that might work on a stream of this nature, it absolutely does not work when you're in a courtroom trying to deliver a cross and instead going off on extemporaneous soliloquies about Chewbacca, the Marshmallow Man, and just completely nonsensical interpretations of why a person who knows the metric system doesn't understand Fahrenheit. Ladies and gentlemen, you simply cannot pull a Bob Alessi on cross. You cannot do a cross that comes across as you trying to direct a witness. Ladies and gentlemen, a cross should be as simple as something like this. Mr. Whiffin, you said X, didn't you? Mr. Whiffin, the actual distance is Y, isn't it? Mr. Whiffin, that could be caused by X, isn't that right? Mr. Whiffin, that could be caused by Y, isn't that right? Now, Mr. Whiffin should then want to say yes, but it could also be caused by something like the person pacing back and forth. But then Bob Alessi should jump in and say, no, in fact, no, don't, that wasn't my question. And then on redirect, Hank Brennan gets up and says, now, couldn't these steps have been caused, the number of steps, by John O'Keefe perhaps pacing? Isn't it true that John O'Keefe's final place of rest, according to his cell phone, was next to the flagpole, and did John O'Keefe's phone never moved again after that moment? Isn't it true John O'Keefe's cell phone data shows he never went in the house? That's how it should have played out. Instead, Bob Alessi was going on extemporaneous soliloquies, pretending he was some kind of Shakespearean actor in Twelfth Night talking about yellow socks. Ladies and gentlemen, it was just completely out of context, and even for a towel. For myself, who has some understanding of the formal nuances, I could tell you if we were going somewhere there. We weren't going anywhere there. That man was running around in a circle. He had lost the jury, he had lost the courtroom, he had lost his colleagues, he had lost Karen Reed. He was performing only for himself. And that might be okay if you're an anthropomorphic towel, keeping the towel friends engaged while other streams go quiet as we wait for the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial to return. But you can't do that if you're a Bob Alessi doing a cross. My word, folks, that was not a cross. That was a complete and utter failure. It was boring, it was ineffective, it invoked this kind of intonation and tone for no reason. We are not building up in that sense while doing a cross to coverage of a very momentous event. We are simply asking yes or no questions. And so, watch this. A cross really calls for a composed and reflected tone that should narrow in on specific points of evidence and induce the weight of the moment and the answer based not on the tone of the questioner, but on the atmosphere that lands in the room. And so, ladies and gentlemen, a better cross, I won't do it for Mr. Whiffin. Don't want to give Mr. Alessi any hints, but a better cross is much more delivered in an impassioned, analytical tone. I'm not talking about a voir dire cross, by the way, with no jury present. That's a different ballgame, like yesterday. No, friends. We're talking about a cross in front of the jury. You must make that jury think that you don't want to destroy this person. You just caught them, and you want to show it. There was nothing there to catch Mr. Whiffin. There were no facts that really went against him. So Mr. Alessi had to wave a red shiny object, what I call the Chewbacca Marshmallow Man defense, and run around in circles like a chicken with his head cut off. It didn't work. Oh, someone said only 45 people hit like. No, don't worry. If you refresh your YouTube, you will see that 74 people have hit like. Thank you for that, whoever made that comment. I will say, friends, that it is very kind that you're all watching along with Towel. You're engaging with the Towel stream. We should be back into session any minute now, I imagine around 11:05, 11:10 in the morning. We, of course, we will have a 30 to 45 second heads up before any of the other Towel friends. And if you're wondering why that is, it is because Towel, we have the exclusive, unique Towel Cam. And instead of having to watch the tormented fan, we do not watch the fan on this channel. We hate the fan. We will instead get a first look in to the actual courtroom cam, and as soon as that camera shifts over to live, we will have about a 30-second heads up. Now, I'm obviously keeping all of your comments. I'm watching all of them. I'm being a towel. You're all being good little towels. Everybody's engaging and being friendly. And I think sometimes when Towel starts doing his sardonic mockery of Bob Alessi, yes, the Towel friends, they do like to notice that Mr. Alessi adapts in a way that is inappropriate, the very same almost uncanny sort of announcer-like intonation when doing a cross that Towel does while mocking the Karen Reed defense team on his streams. One, you have to be careful. I think the Karen Reed defense can't help themselves sometimes. They do, I think, sometimes watch this material. You have to be really careful when you consume material like that, because it will, without you realizing it, very subtly take over your brain. I'm serious. It will start impacting how you speak. And if you don't have command and control of it, if you can't recognize it, if it becomes subconscious, then for a lawyer like that, speaking publicly, you can't, watching this kind of content is dangerous in that sense, because it will insidiously impact your working syntactical expressions. And in that way, you will adopt a tone like that without actually adapting it to the room in which you're in. So I do like want to express that those lawyers should be really careful. I know it's kind of this fascinating sort of look into how the other side lives for them to watch this kind of content and analyze them, hear themselves being analyzed, but it's really like a dance with the devil. You're really staring into the abyss, and it will stare back if you're those lawyers, because you will unconsciously adapt the words that are being used. And if you don't understand the way that the intonation that I'm using is in particular coming out, and the way that I'm adapting different sardonic personas, you will adapt that speaking style in a formal way, and it will be completely inappropriate. And that's exactly what Bob Alessi just did. Maybe it wasn't from watching my stream, but still, whoever he's listening to, he was not appropriately deploying that rhetorical strategy. It did not work. We are all behaving, all of us towels. That's great. How we have to plan is lunch will be at 1 p.m. We're going to come back into session in about 7 minutes here, towel friends. It's coming up on 11 a.m. And actually, you know what? Hold on. Oh no, I can't answer that call right now. I will call you back very shortly, towel friend. Oh no. Okay. What we will do right now is, because we're leading up to lunch, Towel needs to get some lunch. So Towel actually, although all of the wonderful support and super chats are wonderful, Towel is going to post, if you've been watching, if you're wondering what this is a public information service where you can be educated, informed, and entertained while watching high-profile criminal court trials. We are watching the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case right now, and Little Towel actually needs assistance for a number of reasons to get through the week. And the YouTube, the way it's wonderful you're all supporting the channel, but I think it's like on a monthly cycle or something. I don't even know how it works. But if you're wondering how you can directly support Towel's public information service, please do not donate if you've already donated, or if you cannot afford it. But here are a number of different options to support Little Towel, and that's a way for you to not only get back to this public information service, but every 90 minutes on something like PBS or the British Broadcasting Corporation, you'll also hear something along the lines of, this is viewer-supported programming. So it's not just you and myself who I think benefit in our individual ways by becoming more informed and compassionate and informed, cogent members of society, but also you can facilitate this platform continuing to expand, reaching more Towel friends. You can allow Towel to stay alive by not, starving, which unfortunately happens, which Towel doesn't mind. I want to stay true to the people that I'm trying to help, but I do think like keeping Towel not nervous about access to food and things like that. Okay, hold on. This must be quite important. So Towel friends, I'm still here with you. Don't worry. I'm still here with you, towel friends. I just 1 second. Give me like 30 seconds as I coordinate something, and I'll stay with you. But don't worry, we're coming back into session in a few minutes. I'm here. It's not your stream. It's me. I'm muted. I'm back, towel friends. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, towel friends, for your indulgence. I felt like Karen Reed a little bit there. Did you see Towel being a little bit like Karen Reed, putting his hand over his mouth and being respectful? You know, towel friends, when the call of service is seen, you must answer it. Towel friends, they rise to meet the occasion. I will say it, towel friends. I'll say it to you now, and I will say it now and forevermore. Towel hears the call of duty, and he will answer. That was not a pun on the video games. I'm just a towel. But that said, ladies and gentlemen, we and fellow towels and washcloths and towelettes and soap dispensers and flannels and paper towels and hemp towels, we are waiting on the court to come back into session. Us folks on Towel Feed will see the stream come back first before anyone else. We have an advanced heads up. In fact, before the other channels even get the Karen Cam up, we already have the Towel Multicam going. Now, if you're wondering for an update, we'll come back into session. Hopefully, Bob Alessi will stop talking about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and then we will continue, folks, to look at what's going on with the first part of today's session in the lead up to lunch at 1 p.m. So we will be in session for at least another 2 hours. We are now just waiting on Judge Cannoni to finish up what is normally about a 20 to 25 minute morning recess. Now, as I was literally mentioning before that call came in, Little Towel is doing his best to do lots of things, juggle lots of responsibilities, and there are lots of good ways to support this public information service. I want to extend a God bless you to those of you who have been kind enough to reach out with your words of support, your likes on the channel, your subscriptions, your chats to your fellow Towel friends, your acts of service to others. It all is noticed by Towel. It means so much. Even the person who reached out earlier to make a joke about Towel getting some pizza, I assure you Towel is going to use actually one of the donations that came in specifically to get some Towel pizza today. So God bless all you Towel friends. I'm glad you're here with me for the break. We should be coming back into session any minute now. I don't think Karen's legal team is as cocky as they once were, friends, and that is putting it lightly. Now, I will be with you, of course, once we get into the 1 o'clock lunch hour, but just know over the next 20 or 30 minutes or so, Dewdrops will be in charge of the chat. Yes, folks, you must all answer to Dewdrops. Dewdrops is a towelette who has now become the leader of the towelettes that have been mentioned in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. So as we get ready for more Bob Alessi meandering in circles with his nonsensical cross that sounds more like a direct during an administrative hearing, which makes sense because Bob Alessi is an environmental lawyer, and the only reason you would do environmental law is if you started out in an Article 1 court, otherwise known as an administrative agency, and then moved on to some kind of superior court or federal court action on the basis of a review of the initial administrative action by that agency. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we are basically listening to Mr. Bob Alessi do a administrative style direct of a witness on cross in a criminal trial related to the death and alleged murder of John O'Keefe by Karen Reed. And he has entirely lost the jury, gone in circles, bored the entire room, and for some reason was screaming in an intonation that sounded more like horse racing announcer Towel than a formal cross, and confused half the world. My name's GrantSmithEllis, with that said, and I'm happy to be with you providing this coverage on Towel Stream. We're watching live, of course, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, with all the Towel friends chatting merrily along up on the top of the screen, like tesseracts, engaging with each other, engaging with Towel, engaging with the audience. It is a true 4D impression on the 3D universe, Towel tesseracts, though they are. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we should be back into session any moment now as Towel continues to enunciate the break with his dulcet tones. Yes, unlike other channels that simply leave dead air hanging during sidebars and recesses, Towel will come across your stream and he will start using his syntactical melodious intonations in order to lull you into a sense of excitement in the lead up to the return to session. How Towel is able to talk in basically a rhythm that mirrors iambic pentameter, he's not really so sure. But after all these years, I suppose it simply becomes habitual when speaking for hours on end to his Towel friends and otherwise across the large medium. And yes, Towel friends, that really is the lesson, I think, of all of this chaos, which is that if you can learn to speak in a syntactically precise manner and honor the principles of universal love and compassion, then somehow you can develop a speaking style that has rhythmic intonation and melodic undertones that somehow ebb back and forth and flow ever so gently like the tides of a gentle river, to bring about an audience centered on compassion for each other, love for the world, and small acts of service as a reflection of a shift in the universal world ethos to a more compassionate age, the age of Aquarius and Towels, defined by expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity for unconditional love. And isn't that beautiful, ladies and gentlemen? Isn't that beautiful? Justice for John O'Keefe and his family, indeed. Jew drops. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family, indeed. We should be back into session any second here now, folks. Little Towel is quite hungry. He has only eaten some chips and a Butterfinger bar and drank an energy drink, and he has been up since 7:30. Well, I've been up since 4 in the morning, but I've been streaming since 7:30. Yet I continue along, waiting, trying to soothe your brains before you have to listen to Bob Alessi start screaming like a horse racing announcer well on cross of Ian Whiffin for no reason. But yes, Towel friends, it is another day, day 6 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Thanks again for being with me. Why aren't we back into session, Judge Cannoni? I'm a tired Towel. Please bring us back into session. It is all I want in this world. I just want this camera to turn back on so the Towel friends can go back to watching their coverage of Day 6 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial, which will be in session until 1 p.m., and so that I can go get some food. Don't you want Towel to have some sustenance for his brain, Judge Cannoni? All of the Towel friends want Towel to go get some sustenance. Calories allow for the brain, which is a muscle, to function and expand. Yes, I do not recommend eating Butterfingers and whatever chips mix that I ate as breakfast, coupled with a very, very intense energy drink that probably Towel needs to stop drinking. But, ladies and gentlemen, if I'm going to provide, and towels, and towelettes, and beach towels, and flannels, and soap dispensers, and paper towels, and hemp towels, if I'm going to provide you with this information over and over again, over every day, then Towel needs to find unique forms of energy, and who says that you can't eat a Butterfinger bar for breakfast? I have not tried pickle chips. I don't plan on it. I'm not a Karen Reed. By the way, during lunch break, I have clips of Karen Reed coming out of court yesterday. It did not go very well for Karen Reed, but I have the clips nonetheless. The reporter was like, Karen, what do you think of losing at the Supreme Court? And she was like, no comment, fight on. Okay, Karen. All right, coming past 11:10 a.m., we're still not back in session. Yeah, sometimes you just have to give Judge Cannoni the old energetic, vibe. Judge Cannoni, it's 23 minutes now. Wouldn't you like to come back into session? Well, listen, B and Chance, as much as we want to say that Bob Alessi is a weirdo, this is a community based around people who think that they're anthropomorphic towels. And, while we all understand this motif as a stand-in for a larger shift in the ages towards universal unconditional love, if you just approached a random person and said, I watch coverage of, criminal cases. And the guy who commentates in the community we're part of, we all are anthropomorphic towels. But not just towels, we all have different identities as these different forms of towels. I'm pretty sure 8 out of 10 people would say, okay, it's very possible that that's weird. Now, you may then say, now listen, it's very different than Bob Alessi weird, okay? We're weird in the endearing way. Bob Alessi's weird in the run around in an infield track of a horse racing stadium of some kind and start talking about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. That's the kind of weird Bob Alessi is. Yeah, no, he's like I said, he's the kind of person who would run around the infield of a horse racing track trying to convince people that this Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man were somehow relevant to the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. I love Reese's Pieces. They remind me of the movie E.T. and they taste really good. I think we should approach 7-Eleven, ladies and gentlemen. We should say there is this anthropomorphic towel. The community, they're all wonderful. The towel's wonderful. It's a little bit odd, the towel motif, but he really likes 7-Eleven. And he will hold up products from 7-Eleven as long as he eats them. The pizza, the Reese's Pieces, and then all of the towel friends will go to 7-Eleven. It is truly a genius plan, ladies and gentlemen. It is foolproof. We will subsidize the production of towels through sponsorship from 7-Eleven. Don't tell 7-Eleven the plan is for Towel to become a towel industrialist so he can then in turn go take over northern France as a new homeland for the towel people in a nonviolent and compassionate way with towels. And then in turn create a new towel world order to preserve the petrodollar and then ward off the rise of the BRICS based solely on intercontinental economic cooperation based on towels. Now, if we tell 7-Eleven that, I think they're going to be not because they will think it's outrageous. I just think they're going to be like, I don't know if we want to enable necessarily the rise of this towel empire. Now listen, I think what we should do is sell this to 7-Eleven as actually a very good thing. We'll say to them, we'll give you subsidized towels. You need lots of towels to run a 7-Eleven. You can sell towels at a 7-Eleven. Think about this. They serve multiple purposes. You could clean up the 7-Eleven with a towel. You could sell themed towels at the 7-Eleven. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I think this plan is wonderful. Listen, what do you want me to do? We're not back in session yet. We were supposed to be back in session at 11:08. I can only stretch for so long talking about my plans to establish a towel empire in northern France. Yes, I'm thrilled to have you as a beach towel. You said you're in Mexico? Oh, the Gulf of Mexico. I thought you said you're in Mexico. I don't know if you know this, but welcome, new towel friends. Towel puedo hablar español. Creo que es un idioma muy importante por toda la gente en el mundo. Y sabe más o menos todas las palabras en español. Así. Hay muchas palabras en español que no puedo que traducir porque las palabras tienen verbos or formas de verbos muy complexo, which is to say, it's hard to actually speak Spanish because you don't have to just know the Spanish words like poder is to be able to, but you have to know that there's these little weird like phonetic switches. Like if you use poder in a certain tense, it becomes pueder or pueden, and then you also have to understand the structure of the language. It has a yo form, a tu form, a third person form, like a they form, a we form, a plural tu form, a formal tu form. You have to know all these different forms, and it's not just the forms of the conjugation, but you have to know it across tenses. Like the words, you don't say I was going. You could, but you don't express I was. You conjugate the verb in a tense that indicates when the action took place. So anyway, Spanish is a really exciting language. Yeah, sí, entiendo español un poco y puedo hablar español también porque soy un tauleta. Tauleta? No sabe la palabra por towel. And español. Lo siento. Creo que es una palabra que I should know, pero no sé. We're still not in session. Towel has things to do. Come on, Judge Cannoni. I don't think I can. We're at the point where I'm just talking in Spanish. I'm not really sure if that's healthy for the Towel universe. Are you all enjoying this Spanish lesson? Have you all become fully fluent in the Spanish language? Can we all engage now in what happens if we just become a Spanish-only channel? I feel like that will confuse all of the new Towel friends. They will say, why are all these people speaking in Spanish? Oh, thank you, Crime Cricket. I try. I can't. Toala. T-O-A-L-L-A. Soy una toala. Sí, es la verdad. Claro que sí. Soy es una toala. No estoy una toala. Soy una toala. I am not, in passing, or as a temporary condition of soul, a towel. I am permanently a towel. Yo soy una toala. Es la verdad. Claro que sí. La gente, las toalas, todas la gente pueden entender que soy una toala. Sí. Sí, buenos días. Buenos días. Well, you know, we can say that all the Karen Reed fans are stunned into silence, but we are speaking in Spanish and talking about how I'm a towel. So generally, I don't know, 6 in one hand, a half dozen in the other, one bird in some bush somewhere. We made a baker's dozen there. Okay, folks, we're coming back into session. I'm a towel. I'll see you in a few minutes. I love how I didn't even see us come into towel. Come into towel. It just happened. Give me 1 second.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf, if you could again please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, we had started going through the top 3 entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an incoming...
Mr. Alessi, we need to enlarge this.
Okay, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order? Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
If you can make it large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant. There you go.
All right, that's better. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51. Incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, it restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first 3 by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those 3 after the first 3. Yep, starting there. Just take the first 3 by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffin, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those ones last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436 and then skipping one to 2944, those are answered, but then starting excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics. Mr. Whiffin, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date?
On this case or on this exhibit?
On this case.
Approximately September 2023.
So, over a year and a half?
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously?
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I actually did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor. I'll need to be heard briefly.
I'm sorry?
I object. I need to be heard briefly.
Okay. Come on over, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a towel. Still here. Still monitoring with you. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I haven't gone to get my lunch yet because I'm a towel. I'm not being a responsible towel. I should really go eat. And I will do that very soon, towel friends. But for now, I will sit and watch this sidebar. Just know over at least the next 20 minutes while Jew Drops is in charge, we won't have full sidebar coverage from Little Towel. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is Miss Peggy O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's mom. There's Papa O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's father. There is the tech guy, I think, for Karen Reed. He is not who we want to see. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Alessi is boring the jury here. But we wait to return back into session. We wait and we watch. We wait and we watch. We watch closely. We monitor. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and we have to stare at the Reed family. At least on the bottom screen, we only have to look at their bodies. But on the main screen to the bottom right, we must look at their heads. Yes, Mr. Burns himself. All right, folks, we should be back in the session in about 20 seconds. I'm a towel, and I will be with you at the next break.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, I am now going to proceed to a different topic.
Okay.
Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
I do.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009?
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement?
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work, yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
And that data that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is, from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement?
On the cases I work, yes.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony?
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly?
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct?
Correct.
And so that the data is reliable?
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA 256, right?
Correct.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid hash value, then there is a question with regard to the contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about contents of a milk carton. Is that a fair general analogy?
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you. Now, if a data file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I'd like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value matching,
yes.
Correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that report, you discussed your views of a Google search of House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 7:40 a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, "House long to die in the cold," correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct?
No.
However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So, you didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction, as the PDF containing the extraction has its value, that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches, but because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
So you couldn't determine whether or not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data and try to find anomalies and didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Okay.
I'll try it a different way. You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report, to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't, no.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No.
The objection's overruled.
Not from the hash value, no.
Go back to the 22740 timestamp and the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, "House long to die in the cold." You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute?
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says, the Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.?
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrite tools, your company's tools?
Yes.
And some of those Celebrite tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer. Okay. But yes.
So it's Insights is a suite.
Essentially the same tool.
Essentially the same tool. So does Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
They're two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrite that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "How Long to Die in the Cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used a competitor of Celebrite called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, A-X-I-O-M, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Celebrite tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case.
Correct.
With regard to Celebrite forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Celebrite Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record?
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly, you changed it since then.
Yes.
Your company removed it.
Yes.
After the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software, which resulted in one being released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
yes,
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrite tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore, and it doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrate removed it.
Yes.
All right,
You mentioned...
could I see Counsel at Sidebar for just a minute, please? Go ahead, Mr. Lesson.
Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Celebrite forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp.
Correct.
And it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from so none of its programs had. Correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit about how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
yes,
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensics Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which was in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, correct?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the Forensic Research Group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the
I
code.
didn't ask if I just asked whether
Yep,
they
we removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But
do
they
that.
still show it.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Grant?
Yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, House Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search, House Long to Die in the Cold?
I believe so.
Right, so you called it your opinion.
Yes, probably.
You didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No.
It's not gone?
It's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether.
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for that artifact.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes?
ways to create the data so it's usable, yes.
So the answer is
shape it.
yes,
Yes.
you shape the data.
Yes.
These various forensic tools, Celebrate, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnet Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is, in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions, like you give, because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion, oftentimes, with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes,
Not
it's an opinion.
100% absolute certainty, because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 22740 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffin. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold, at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? I said sustained.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you understand to be the significance of the dispute over 22740 timestamp?
Sustained.
Mr. Whiffin, with regard to the 22740 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrite tools and your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 22740 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 22740 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't, no.
You did not?
I did not.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26? Mr. Whiffin, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, a bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right. So as you sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, a bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you
I can't, but the phone can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment. You can take that. Okay, thank you. When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone, you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions?
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 2740, the issue of deletions. You stated yesterday that that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record,
right,
necessarily.
Right. And then you you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate it, so my idea is unsubstantiated.
So, is it fair to say you have some doubts
Yes.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable?
Yes.
Under the circumstances?
Yes.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Okay. Mr. Brennan?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared, one way or another, what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report?
Correct.
A few pages you were asked about?
Yes.
But you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you were shown?
Definitely, yes.
Now I move to introduce Mr. Whiffin's entire report.
May we approach Your Honor?
Okay. Do you still have your report with you, Mr. Whiffin?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Let's start with questions that counsel asked you about the battery. When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from the warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so, did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase?
Did anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data. Were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's asked you to give an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sustaining it as
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
all right?
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023.
Yes.
So at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Objection, Your Honor. When you approach, please.
okay.
I'm going to ask. Mr. Whiffin, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you were also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You were also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form sustained.
And at 12:22 on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
That is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient, but you have to watch.
In your PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze, at 12:24:25, is it in a car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
And at 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is two forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint, and we'll start at 12:24:25. We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour.
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour.
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole?
I would say so, yes.
Then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my report,
course,
just
please.
to recall. What time was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16?
Correct.
Okay. And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time?
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16?
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle?
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No. iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning?
It's down to 50 degrees.
And this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. But does this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since 12:32:16?
No more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer?
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth?
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside?
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard around that time is when John was found.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
Oh, so could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you know?
I have no idea.
But your data shows at 6:35 there's an increase in temperature.
Correct.
Doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14 you don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
There is. That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it. Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14.
Correct.
And that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature?
Correct.
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I had asked you an opinion about where the phone was located based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
No, I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffin. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't. No.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan. Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
I'm sorry, the rest of the question was...
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps.
Objection, Your Honor.
If...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
Pardon me.
If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like, for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes,
Leslie?
Your Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You had looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register?
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Oh, it's not me.
believe it's Exhibit 42. If you, it's a. Do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding?
I don't
phone call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared as Exhibit 42.
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me, no.
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please. All right, that's better. Thank you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36 there was a phone call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
Okay. And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere?
It does, at Fairview Road.
At the flagpole?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, there is not a call. Well, let me ask you, the next call, what time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yeah. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to fall.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I could see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I do.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determining whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So, notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination there was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die in cold. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Okay. Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained as to
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of?
Oh.
Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when this search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrite is used as a forensic tool oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner, and if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of a case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellbrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellbrite search
Yes.
was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellbrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, do you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the Forensic Research Group. This is a team based at Cellbrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Cellbrite, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom Artifact Reference Guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari's suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Celebrite and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely, yes. That's the kind of thing I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly, very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen and show us how that works?
Yes.
Okay. How long would that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Okay. Could you show us?
Of course.
Okay.
Hi, towel friends. It's me. I surprised you, GrantSmithEllis. I wasn't about to let you go into lunch with no towel to join you, but I will say Towel did miss a little bit of that. Towel had to go out and get lunch. Oh, looks like we're heading into the lunch break, Towel friends. But I will say I need to rewatch that last part because Towel missed it. So as we go into lunch, we're going to actually rewatch the last little bit because all you Towel friends... all you Towel friends got to listen, but Towel missed it. And now I do think you all agree it is important that Towel eats food. Towel should...
It's like a good place to take our lunch and recess. 45 minutes.
45 minutes, friends.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm going to ask you to read the report, but the rest of it...
Oh, we're going to...
Please rise for the jury. No, on the chairs, thank you.
Okay, we are in luncheon recess, folks. I can confirm we are in luncheon recess. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. No, I'm not going to make you listen to Alessi. I needed to listen to the Hank Brennan section of that examination. You know what we can do, though? Little Towel's always here to summarize. If you friends want to summarize for Little Towel while we're on a 45-minute break, I assure you, Towel did a bad thing. Towel went and got Burger King. I'm sorry. I had a coupon for a free chicken sandwich. And by God, folks, I am not the type of person to turn down. Can you really turn down a free chicken sandwich? I could not. I paid $2 for onion rings and I got a free chicken sandwich. I am a happy Towel. Now, Towel friends, we're on a quick break here, a recess for the Karen Reed trial. I came back right in time for lunch. So tell me, what was going on, Towel friends? Give Towel an update. You tell me. This is going to be a reverse Towel stream. Give Towel an update. What happened? Did Towel miss very important moments during the redirect of Ian Whiffin by Hank Brennan? We can rewatch some of it, Towel friends. Not the Bob Alessi part. Not the Bob Alessi part. Apparently it was game over. Hi, Mary Adams. Hi, Dixie Doodles. Great to see you. Stacy Gardner, always pleasure to see you. Now, let me go back to Hank Brennan's examination of our dear Ian Whiffin. A lot of pictures of Gretchen Voss just standing around. I want to hear Hank Brennan re-examine Mr. Whiffin. You all listened to that for about an hour. Was Hank Brennan's re-examination interesting? Yes, I got Burger King. I got a free chicken sandwich. It was a good chicken sandwich. It was very cheap. It cost $2. I'm a Towel. It's true. Oh, by the way, listen, Towel friends, we have a special Towel friend watching. We should all send our hellos. It's an unnamed Towel friend. Just wave to the anonymous Towel friend. They're watching. I'm sure they're reading the comments. They'd love for us to all say hello. So we're saying hello to them. All Towel friends are welcome in the Towel universe. So I have a lot to get caught up on. I'm still waiting for you all to weigh in. Everyone was drained, apparently. A lot of word salad from Bob Alessi, as predicted by Towel. Hank Brennan's redirect, was there moments in there that we as Towels should watch? I would like to watch some of it. Normally I'm with you to provide erudite and cogent overviews. Hi, V and Chance, great to see you again. Normally I am, but I had to go get lunch. And then when I went and got lunch, I then started doing other Towel things, and I was being a Towel. And now, although the court is on lunch, we are not. It is a 45-minute break in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. I did not get fries, Modelo Macy. I got onion rings, and then I got a free chicken sandwich with my onion rings. And then I decided I didn't really want to eat all those onion rings. I guess Towels don't eat a lot of calories. So I ate my chicken sandwich, which is about 640 calories, so I'm glad I got that done. And then I ate about 7 onion rings, so I don't know. I got about 1,000 calories. It's tough for Towels to get all their daily calories. Apparently Alessi bored them, but they listened. The jurors listened and took notes while Hank Brennan was speaking. Well, all right. That gives us an excuse to listen to a little bit of what Hank Brennan was saying. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I am, of course, a Towel. Oh, I see why. I forgot to turn on the little piece of information above my head that shows the donations. I'm so sorry. I was wondering, why were people asking me for the information earlier? And it's because I'm a Towel. You have to forgive Towels for being Towels. Do you know why they call a Towel, friends? Because it's a Towel. Oh, yes. We put Dewdrops in charge. I hope everyone behaved. Dewdrops had a special ceremonial role to monitor all the Towel friends. And wait a minute. It should pop up above my head now. It hasn't popped up yet. There it is. I fixed the donation screen. I'm a Towel. Sorry, let me get this Law and Crime replay for us out of the way. I could replay the Towel feed, but I think replaying the Towel feed's a little bit too recursive. Although I guess, yeah, it's a little too recursive to play the replay the towel feed. We're going to find out. I had to cook some lunch. Apparently, Kerrygold had Noggensheim noodles with pork. That sounds delicious. There were fish balls involved. Kerrygold had to get recharged after listening to Alessi. Well, good. I have wonderful news, towel friends. We're not going to listen to Bob Alessi. But in order... Hi, Jew Drops. Jew Drops, I hope everything was okay. Apparently, the towel universe has been drained by listening to Bob Alessi. I will admit, Towel went out in the sunshine to go get lunch and do some errands, and now I'm home. No, Alessi, they'll switch off crops. I'm so glad they'll switch off cross, not crops. Jew Drops, I'm so glad. I'm trying to figure out what we missed. Apparently, the towel friends all behaved in our collective absences. I edited my name for my towel friends to call me what my fam calls me. Ange Whittick. Well, that's a wonderful, Ange. I'm thrilled to have you with us. Hank better eat some protein. Mo's here somewhere. Great to see you, Mo. All right, folks, let's get caught up on what happened with Hank Brennan. I'm a towel.
100% it would be.
Did I ever tell you the process you study?
Yes, the jury does get access to all the evidence.
Thank you. Also, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful?
Second. Hold on. I'm back. Towel friends. Yes, Eva, I expect that because Ian Whiffin is coming back, that we will see more information asked of Mr. Whiffin. Whiffin was forced to remain in the courtroom during lunch. So this will be very interesting. I expect Alessi to be up again, sadly. We are all towels. It's true. It's true. If you're just tuning in, it's towel lunchtime. We're on a 40-minute break in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial for lunch. And towels are getting caught up. If anyone missed what went on, Towel also missed what went on. So we're watching Hank Brennan's redirect of Ian Whiffin from Celebrate. Here we go. Apparently the jury tuned out while Bob Alessi was crossing, but was paying very close attention during this redirect from Mr. Hank Brennan. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Let's keep it up.
For an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared, one way or another, what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's sustained. Watch the form.
Now, counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report?
Correct.
A few pages you were asked about?
Yes.
But you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you have shown?
Definitely, yes.
I move to introduce Mr. Whiffin's entire report.
May we approach your Honor?
Okay.
Affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being out.
When you were trying to determine how the battery worked, you shared with the jury that you did certain testing.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that testing?
To make sure that the battery temperature sensor would be affected by environmental temperatures, such as being in the freezer, such as being outside, being brought back indoors, and to make sure that the fall and rise of the temperature sensor, at least the pattern would match the expected pattern and would match the thermometer that was alongside it.
When you put the batteries or the phone in the freezers, did it matter what the temperature of the freezer was when you put it in it?
I didn't believe it did.
What was the purpose again of putting it in the freezer?
Just to remove the device from a warm environment, which was outside of the freezer, placing it inside the cold environment of the freezer and just seeing how the temperature dropped.
As you mentioned, you look at data through science, correct?
Correct.
And so, did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase?
Did anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data. Were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking a position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's asked you to give an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain it as.
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
right?
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023.
Yes.
So at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Objection, Your Honor. When you approach, please.
Okay.
I'm going to ask them. Mr. Whiffin, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you were also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You were also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form sustained.
And at 12:22 on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
That is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient. You have to watch the form.
In your PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze, at 12:24:25, is it in the car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
And at 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint, and we'll start at 12:24:25. We can show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
24:35.
3.5 miles per hour.
24:36.
3.2 miles per hour.
24:37.
1.4 miles per hour.
And 24:38.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 24:38, that phone is stopped near the flagpole?
I would say so, yes.
Then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 24:38, between 24:38 and 24:30? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my report,
course,
just
please.
to recall. What time was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
Yes, around 12:31:56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Correct.
Okay. And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time.
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle.
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No. iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that's bad.
That was hilarious. I was so in the habit of just picking up whatever's in my hand to talk. I picked up my phone and I was like, wait, this isn't a microphone. All right, towel friends, that was an important moment. Did you see Bob Alessi try to object there? You know why? The defense knows that John's cell phone not moving after that moment is devastating to their case. Let's listen to it one more time, towel friends.
Do you know the next time it moves again? At 12.
4 meters.
No, I'll tell you, friends. I'm going to start recording, so give me 1 second. Hello, towel friends. GrantSmithEllis here. If you missed the morning session of the day 6 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, for some reason, Bob Alessi opened the door to Hank Brennan on redirect, being able to have Ian Whiffin, the expert from Celebrite, confirm again one of the most devastating pieces of evidence in the case, that John O'Keefe's phone never moved from the lawn on Fairview Road after the moment that he was allegedly struck by Karen's car while Karen was drunk driving and backing up to 24.2 miles an hour with a blood alcohol level between 0.13 and 0.29. John's phone never moved from the moment, right around the moment of impact, until the next morning. And let's listen, folks, to Hank Brennan deliver, through the testimony of Ian Whiffin, that reinforcement over the objection of Bob Alessi, who had a terrible, long-winded, no good, very bad, pointless morning on cross, only for Hank Brennan to come through with this question.
Value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now,
that was huge, friends. Huge. Absolutely huge. And look, friends, 5 minutes later.
less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
Which means John O'Keefe was outside at 12:32 a.m. when he was hit by Karen's car, and that battery temperature went down consistently over the next 5 hours or 6 hours or so, 5.5 hours, until John was eventually discovered outside after 6 a.m. John's phone never moved from the lawn, one of the key pieces of evidence in the case, and Bob Alessi opened the door to Hank Brennan, relaying that information through Ian Whiffin again on redirect. My name's GrantSmithEllis. It's just past 1:20 p.m. We will be back in session at 1:40 to 1:45 p.m. Eastern. Friends, watch live with us on the Towel Friends. You see them chatting in real time. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Join the universe, the Towel universe, you join the fabric of the Towel universe as it's ever expanding and stitching together on a basis of universal love. My name's GrantSmithEllis. I'm going to end the clip. How was that for a clip, Towel Friends? I'm pretty sure I included that last line in the clip. Oh, thank you so much, Maui Swift. God bless you for sending a super sticker. Towel loves super stickers, super towel stickers. There are so many Towel Friends among the blue wall of justice. I don't know if that sticker, I think that sticker might have even gone up during the clip. God bless you for that, Maui Swift. All the people who reach out and support Towel. The wonderful people who allowed Towel to get some calories in the form of I got a free chicken sandwich, but I spent money on onion rings, and they were good onion rings. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue to listen to Ian Whiffin, the redirect of Ian Whiffin by Hank Brennan. And we're doing this over lunch because if you missed anything this morning, this was the last thing before lunch. And when we come back from lunch, we'll go back to multi-Karen cam coverage. People said, Grant, why do you have so many angles of Karen? I don't. I have an angle of Karen's family that has the top of Karen's head. And then I have another angle of Alan Jackson that has Karen because sometimes Alan Jackson moves over to talk to her, so I have to have both of them in it. And then one camera is of who's ever at the podium, and the other one is David Yannetti. Then there is one Karen cam, which is just the Karen cam. But the other angles of Karen are just incidental because Alan Jackson moves so much, and also because Karen's family is seated in such a way where the only way to really see what Karen's doing and what they're doing is to have her head in the picture, because sometimes she turns and looks at them. So anyway, that's why we have all the different versions of Karen. The Karen cams, the invasion of the Karen cams, the invasion of the towels. Ladies and gentlemen, if we have special towel emojis now. You can make a wall of towels in the chat. It is very fun. Towel enjoys it. People apparently find Towel entertaining. That's good, because I use entertainment as a hook to educate and inform the wider public. They're an engendering cogent public discourse and warding off usurpation of liberal republics by nefarious forces, interested in greed mostly. Yeah, so it's a whole new world order, the age of Aquarius, defined by the water bearer with a towel, waving the towel of peace as we, in a friendly manner, invade northern France to set up a homeland for the towel people. Oh, yeah, so Pilgrim Shadow, there was some question about this sort of amount of steps John O'Keefe had taken and the amount of distance covered. Really, the key issue is the phone never moved anywhere from its final rest. It did not move from that spot on the lawn, which is indicated by all of the cell phone data. Prior to John getting to that spot, there is a series of 36 steps that, because of the gait of a human, could be anywhere from 74 to 82 feet. John never went in the house. The cell phone data never shows John in the house. The cell phone data shows John's last movement on the lawn at 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds, and then that cell phone never moved again until after 6 a.m. the next morning. What the question is in the few seconds or minute or so, or however long the exact time was that John was taking the steps, where did John go? John had gotten out of Karen's car. They were kind of past the house a little bit. Was John pacing, walking towards where his eventual final place of rest was? All of that was what they were trying to talk about, but none of that information shows at any point John O'Keefe going in the house, because he never did. In fact, the data shows just the opposite. So let's continue to listen, Towel Friends. Get us prepared to come back from lunch in just 20 minutes.
And it goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning?
It's down to 50 degrees.
And this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does
Correct.
this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since 12/32/16?
No more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer?
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process of the temperature dropping?
No.
Let me ask you a hypothetical. If a person, a human, was lying prone on a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone, in your opinion, could that slow the process of the temperature decreasing as compared to just simply putting a phone in a freezer?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth?
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
Now, you don't know the temperature, but you said there was a blizzard outside?
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard around that time is when John was found.
Objection, Your Honor. Strike.
Oh, so could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Gannon asked you? Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you just ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you know?
No idea.
But your data shows at 6:35 there's an increase in temperature.
Correct.
Doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14 you don't know if there's been any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
There is. That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now at 6:14, the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it. Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14.
Correct.
And that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature?
There we go. Correct.
Thank you.
So on the evening of the 29th,
now you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I had asked you an opinion about where the phone was located based just on location data, nothing else. And when I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
No, I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffin. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't. No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan. Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
At what time, sorry?
12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
And sorry, the rest of the question was?
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone at that time?
Yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps.
Objection, Your Honor.
If,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, please.
Pardon me.
If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like for example towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
All right, you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Lister?
Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about your research into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You had looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Oh, that's not me.
I believe it's Exhibit 42. If you, it's a. Do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding?
I don't
phone call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared as
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
This is now marked as Exhibit 42. In the phone call register, you noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me. No.
Oh,
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please. All right, that's better. Thank you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36 there was a phone call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
Okay. And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere?
It does, at Fairview Road.
At the flagpole?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, there is not a call. Well, let me ask you, the next call. What time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
Yeah. At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of, every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to fall.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything irregular whatsoever about it?
No, not that I could see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I do.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determining whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How
what?
do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So, notwithstanding the hash value, I'd be looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like, you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination there was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die in cold. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Okay. Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from a consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained is confirmed.
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of?
Oh.
Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when the search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact...
Ladies and gentlemen, GrantSmithEllis here. I'm in towel. We got pretty much entirely caught up on Ian Whiffin's pre-lunch testimony, and now, as you can see on your screen, we are about, ladies and gentlemen, to get ready to return into session.
They could take a poll throughout the trial.
Hold on. So that is not the trial yet. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a towel. That is just Karen looking at something from earlier. As soon as we are into session, you will be some of the first towel friends in the world to learn it. And we will monitor towel friends. We expect to come back into lunch any second now. And I have been watching all of your comments. God bless so many of you towel friends. You say so many kind things to each other, to little towel. There's growth, personal improvement. Someone said that I'm very helpful, and they said exclamation points. I think it was Greetings World. It's great to have you with us, Greetings World. You sound like a very special, wonderful towel, and I'm thrilled that you've joined the fabric of the towel universe. Anthony Barton, as I mentioned, great to see you. Diana Natale. Oh, we might have Karen Reed either coming into court or coming back from court from lunch. This might have been earlier. Hold on, towel friends. Take a look. Take a look. I'm a towel. I'm a towel. Footage of Karen Reed. I try to be informed, Greg James. It's great to see you. I'll add you to the honorary towel fold in a sec. We watch Karen go into court, and then now we monitor the court. We are monitoring the live towel feed. We expect to return into session any moment now, towel friends. My name's GrantSmithEllis. If you're just joining this stream, there are a number of ways that you can take part. You can engage in the comments. You can become an honorary towel. You can become a member. Although, because we have been going for almost 6.5 hours, I will say that any assistance you can send this month is appreciated. Now, hold on.
want Karen.
Nope, it's still not back in session. Any assistance you can send this month is appreciated for Little Towel. This is a public information service, and we're almost at the end of the month. Little Towel is going to make it if you want to help support this service. But also, please, just engaging with your fellow towel friends, saying hello. It is all the best, doing acts of service. It is all the best way to make Little Towel happy and to sustain this little public information service that can. The brave little towels, they will call us, ladies and gentlemen. Mo, I'm glad that you've been celebrating the potential of our first female U.S. president. I'm sure all the towelettes and towel friends are thrilled. Yes, Mo, I'm thrilled with your willingness to accept suggestions and look for ways to improve. We all can benefit from that outlook towards life. But yes, my name is GrantSmithEllis, friends, and we are just waiting. We are expecting to come back into session on day 6 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial any moment now. Someone apparently attempted to listen to me on 2x speed earlier. I would highly recommend against that because I apparently have a lot to say. But yes, towel friends, keep watching, keep your eyes peeled. We will see how this is all going to play out indeed. I am here with you as a towel, and we are paying close attention. Session should return any minute now. We are waiting to hear more from Ian Whiffin. I think Bob Alessi is going to do another recross. I know, listen, I know that just broke a lot of your hearts. I'm sorry that I can't get Bob Alessi to do anything but talk in circles, no matter how much I will him to do so in my brain. All Bob Alessi does is talk in circles for hours in a way that makes no sense. He tries to bore the jury, and somehow it always ends up back on the Marshmallow Man or Chewbacca. Not actually, but that's how I think about it. And for those of you who, the towel thing. Yes, so the Turtle Boy fans mocked me once and said my pronouns were towel, and that was back in January of 2024. So then I was like, okay, I'm a towel. And then, I don't know, over the past 18 months or however many months it's been, the towel thing just kind of kept growing, and I would tell people they were towels, and then people were like, whoa. Once I started the YouTube channel a few months ago, people were like, we can all be towels. And then Jew Drops was like, I'm going to be a towelette. And then someone else was like, from our Sheffield Flannel H was like, I'm going to be a flannel. And then someone was like, I want to be a soap dispenser. And then someone else was like, I want to be a hemp towel. Then someone was like, I want to be a paper towel. I want to be a beach towel. And I was like, okay, we're just going to have this whole towel universe. And that's exactly how the constituent fabric of the towel universe played out. Someone asked, what is the status of TB's hearing? That's going to be tomorrow. We'll go over. So, folks, tomorrow morning we'll finally go over this ridiculous affidavit situation because there will be a simultaneous Karen Reed and Turtle Boy hearing in the afternoon. We're going to do Karen Reed coverage in the morning, Turtle Boy in the afternoon. And it will mostly be ridiculous. It's some woman who had a bunch of warrants and something coming forward to make an allegation about Kate Peter. I'm not sure what exactly happened there. Kate Peter probably does have a propensity to brag and trust the wrong people, but I don't believe half of what was in that affidavit. We'll talk more about it. I think some stuff maybe has a ring of truth to it, but not the stuff that the source attributed to Kate saying about Lindsay. I think that's completely false. I don't think Kate ever said that she thinks Karen is anything but responsible for John O'Keefe's death, so I don't believe that part. But there was some other stuff in there, I don't know, plausible. But yes, I'm glad you're a beach towel. You can be a man-bear pig, Trevor McIntyre. I don't think that's technically a form of... I guess it could be it. Can you use a man-bear pig to absorb things? If so, then yes, you can be a towel. Greg James, you can be a hot towel. That is absolutely fine. You can be a warm towel. You can be an apathetic towel. You can just be a non-temporal towel. Really, it's the old hot dog versus sandwich debate. You know, is anything really not a towel? You can use almost everything in the form of a towel if you think about it. So really, anything can be a towel as far as I'm concerned. You know, there are some limitations to this. Karen Reed can't be a towel. But for the most part, I think there are lots of things that qualify as towels, except for Karen Reed. Someone in one of the groups was like, Grant seems to call himself a towel, and all of his friends on YouTube also seem to refer to themselves as various types of towels. Can someone help me explain why? Grant also said Karen is not a towel, and I don't understand. I just burst out laughing. Like, well, what they took from that is that Karen is not a towel. So, but then it made me realize, like, people go around and they're like, trying to figure out, like, wait, why is Karen not a towel? And then I'm like, yes, the towel discourse is taken over because regular people are thinking, wait a minute, what, like a towel? Like, Karen's not a towel. Of course she's not a towel. But then other people are going to be like, wait, not being a towel is something that makes Karen bad? Why? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming back into session. I'm a towel. I'll see you shortly. You're going to hear a little dual audio.
Please be seated, court is in session.
All right, Mr. Brennan, go right ahead.
The court is in session.
All right, Mr. Brennan, go right ahead.
Mr. Whiffin, I'd like to ask you a couple of general questions.
Yes.
You mentioned with reference to location data that the scope of identifying a location of a phone can change depending on what information the phone is receiving.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Rephrase.
You've shown us a number of graphs and exhibits that show different circles. Some might be smaller, some might be larger than others.
Yes.
And you shared with us that location information is being received from a number of different sources.
Yes.
Can you remind us again what can affect that location data as far as receiving some high accuracy, mid, and low level? What could affect the receipt of that information?
So primarily the requesting application defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS Location Services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting, so it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by, and it knows where those networks are, and from that it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are, it understands where the Bluetooth beacons are, and if it can see those particular cell towers or beacons, it knows roughly where itself must be.
You share with us there are some factors that can affect that location data?
Yes.
In addition to being in a building, like a house or a business, that's one way it can be affected?
It is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it. The geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location data as well.
How about a body being on the phone? Could that affect location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
If a human being was covering the phone so it wasn't exposed to the air, could that affect the location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I believe it could, yes.
You were shown Exhibit 40. It was one select piece of your report. It was a graph. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 40.
Yes.
Exhibit 40 has two circles, one darker, one white.
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about this particular exhibit?
I did.
And in addition to this exhibit, is there other information in your report that wasn't shown to you that would put this in context?
There is.
This exhibit is to demonstrate a window of when location data was taken for a particular time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question, Mr.
This photograph, what does it represent?
There were two particular time periods of approximately 5 seconds where multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude. So the same center point of the radius, but the radius themselves differed. So in this case, the white circle, or the white circles, show the lowest accuracy and the highest accuracy for 5 records that were all within a 5-second time period, and that shared the same latitude longitude as the central point.
And looking at this snapshot of 5 seconds, is this still consistent with your opinion that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you opine that the cell phone was in the flagpole area the entire evening of January 29th, 2022?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, it still aligns with my opinion.
When you provide a report with all the different graphs and explanations, do you expect it's going to be shared with the defense attorneys?
Of course.
And you understand in this case everything is shared?
Of course.
And when you shared your report with this piece of information, did you include a summary chart that wasn't shown to you on examination?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you your
Thank you.
report. Do you recognize your report?
I do.
And what page are you on?
22.
Do you recognize anything in particular as far as a chart on that page?
I do. There's a chart at the top with the location data that was used to create the image shown.
Does that chart help explain this photograph?
It does.
And move that chart into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Alessi?
No objection, Your Honor.
Yeah. Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Gilman to show us the chart.
Yes.
How long of a time period does that photograph encompass?
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
Okay. And what does this show us? Can you explain the chart that goes along with that photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see that all of these records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. The idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
What is the exact point of the demonstration or this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of a cell phone?
So I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
If I could go back to Exhibit 40, please. So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are two different circles, one dark and one light.
Yes.
And those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chalk, or the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap, so it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those two circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe. And you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 6:23 and 6:24 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab and there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffin to give us a live demonstration of this.
Do you want the light off, Mr. Whiffin?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay, first of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browserstate.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffin, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I can try to
have a larger view of what's up there. Is that going to impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
If it's just a little closer, we can hear you in the back.
Let me pull forward.
Thank you.
Turn the air conditioning on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask that you ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded, sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 1410 search, which I'd made. I'm then going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 1411, so I'll do a search for 1411. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record, and I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed, and I can go back over here and reload, and you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately, and tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari, bears no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test that I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Cellebrite removed that process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Cellebrite or another software but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Cellebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The light's on, please. Mr. Alessi?
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you want Mr. Whiffin to take this down?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Whiffin.
Good afternoon.
Magnet Forensics Axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just...
Like literally just now as I was doing it live.
So you
is
just
how you mean?
Created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
Yeah. So, That demonstration, therefore, was created after Celebrite removed the 22740 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing, back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Celebrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let me see if I could rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave, when did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Hey, again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question, again, is the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try it differently.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Celebrite had removed the 22740 AM timestamp from its programs, correct?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Whiffin, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Go well. We're going to
We've seen why
sidebar.
Mr. Whiffin is collecting his items.
Joyce, feel free to...
Ladies and gentlemen, Towel here. That did not go well for Bob Alessi. That was a devastating end for the redirect from Hank Brennan, where he basically showed a real-time demonstration from Mr. Whiffin of how Richard Green got the timestamp of Jen McCabe 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Google search. So wrong, Towel friends. Unfortunately, I'm looking down at my phone and reading your comments, but my word, what a series of events. Being Chance says, goodness, the jury must think what the jury must think. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we all can sympathize with that. That was quite a moment for Ian Whiffin, the Celebrite expert. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. Quite a moment indeed. Now we are just waiting, folks, waiting to come back into session. I apologize for the silence on the feed. We're waiting for the sidebar to end. It is only a matter of time, ladies and gentlemen. It is only a matter of time until the next witness. That was devastating for Karen Reed's defense, ladies and gentlemen. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We are watching. There's Peggy O'Keefe and the O'Keefe family in the front row. I was reading your comments, so I missed the initial pan. I'm so sorry I didn't see them. And now we see the Reed family. Way too much Reed family. What a wonderful series of testimony. What a wonderful series of remarks from Ian Whiffin. That was absolutely devastating for Karen Reed and her defense. Whiffin, I need to change it to Whiffin, then humiliated Reed's lawyer, Bob Alessi, on recross. We now await the next witness. I imagine it's going to be Jen McCabe. Sorry, Towel friends. I'm getting that last clip up for all the other Towel friends who are going to come in and join us after that wonderful presentation from Ian Whiffin. Oh, my word. The Karen Reed defense must be reeling. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen and fellow Towels. The Karen Reed defense must be absolutely reeling. The jury was completely tuned out during Bob Alessi's cross, according to John DePetro. My word, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan delivered a stunning series of bombshells there via Ian Whiffin, with John's phone being confirmed as never having left the lawn at Fairview Road There's John's Papa O'Keefe, sitting on those court benches. I feel so terrible for Papa O'Keefe. God bless you. The thoughts of the Towel family are with you, Papa O'Keefe. The Towel universe, we support you, O'Keefe family. God bless Peggy O'Keefe, John's mom, and Papa O'Keefe, and Paul O'Keefe, John's brother. God bless those thrice orphaned children, the niece and nephew. So many folks around the world, the constituent towel, the fabric of the universe. Our thoughts and prayers are with the O'Keefe family right now. I'm like the Howard Cosell of Towel, says Eva, as Towel commentates and tries to read your comments. As we wait for a return, who will be the next witness? Oh, fellow Towels, it is one of those days. It is not as big as the ARCA Rule 14 hearing, as we sadly watch the camera pan. It is a sad moment, ladies and gentlemen. And there's Paul O'Keefe, pensively awaiting the next witness. It has been a devastating series of days for Karen Reed, friends. The media has abandoned her. The media can't even walk with her into court or with her out of court. The few questions she gets asked are things such as, how do you feel that you lost at the Supreme Court? And Karen says, no comment, we fight on. Karen just looks like a defeated figure. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to look down, read some of your comments now. 5EMO DMT says, I knew that Brennan would set the record straight after that, Alessi. Oh, my word, did Hank Brennan ever set the record straight, ladies and gentlemen? Hank Brennan came through with the actual cell phone data from John O'Keefe's phone, showing just how much the jury had been misled by, in stereotypical Karen Reed defense fashion, Bob Alessi. We now wait, the Towel friends, we wait, we watch. We will see who the next witness is yet to be, ladies and gentlemen. The O'Keefe family sits pensively. They wait. They know that the next witness could further confirm in a devastating fashion that Karen Reed confessed in front of multiple first responders that she hit John O'Keefe early that morning. Karen Reed herself has said in front of jurors on video that she didn't think John looked that mortally wounded. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Towel Attenborough SmithEllis, and we are monitoring to wait for the Karen Reed trial to return into session. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as we sit together pensively waiting, watching, the Reed family monitors a prolonged sidebar. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family. Justice for John O'Keefe and his family, says the Towel friends. And Towel friends, we will continue to monitor. We are waiting for court to return into session. We are waiting. We see the O'Keefe family pensively watching. We are coming back into session, Towel friends. It should be any second now. I am with you. Karen embarrassingly needs so much validation. If not, this is what she'd look like. Defeated, deflated. Towel friends, we await. We await the moment that we return into session. Who will be the next witness? Who will be the next witness, Towel friends? Will court come into session about now?
D for identification.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Please.
Commonwealth calls Jennifer McCabe.
Face out quick and raise your right hand. You shall swear the evidence to give the court the jury in the case down the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready, Ms. McCabe, I'd ask that you pull the microphone close. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I am 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure. I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in that, in interaction with your children, raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them.
No, I'll allow it, but why don't we?
Yes.
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
Sure. When my 3rd daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes. Kaylee and my daughter were very close, so she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop-off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama, or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
I want you to take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes, back then I had, 2 in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the changing schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. I had my day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house, so I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them, and then I left with my daughters and my husband Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there, so I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just...
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
Is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when
we were pretty much right around the table.
that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he was Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know, okay. Maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Okay. Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Was the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and, you know, just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. for
Yes.
his birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, you know, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is, and then whatever, you know, aunts or cousins are around come over.
When John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them.
Why were you happy to see them?
Because I loved John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
You were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, you know, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume. If you don't know, that's okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that that would be something we could, you know, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, you know, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, you know, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, you know, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant entered the bar and you agreed, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or a blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
Okay. When you were at the waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Ms. Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please. If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay. Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay, but if you can you tell us who you see?
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt. And
On the
then
right?
On the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it could...
don't guess. It's okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
Not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them?
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please? 11:26:50. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe. I know it's a bit blurry. If you can, and if you can, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. If you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now. Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46. Could you pause, Ms. Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was last describing? Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a cheer before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
Okay. If you can continue, please. Thank you. Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying?
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food, and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Okay. Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you were going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes.
And so, after that conversation, did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit, or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
Objection.
All right. Did you have another understanding regarding that?
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
They were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins, and my niece Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes.
Do you remember that night leaving?
Yes.
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes, Miss Reed, and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed, and we spoke at the doorway, and then John joined us.
Did you invite Miss Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove, and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you remember about what time it was that you were speaking to Miss Reed about going to your sister's house?
After midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again. Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 12:10:36. Okay, if you could stop it there, please. Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes.
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
It was after midnight.
After, okay. When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window, and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway, and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street, and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house?
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel?
Yes.
And then another woman, Sarah?
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You'd look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room, but you could look, and when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? To your sisters?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
I'm not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter and John's niece.
Okay. And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
Objection.
Okay. Oh, towels, friends. Get ready. You know what's coming next. Towel friends, do you know what's coming next? It is going to be, towel friends, the notification about how John O'Keefe was in a relationship with Bella's mom. Oh my goodness, towel friends. It's going to get bad for Karen Reed. You can see the O'Keefe family, and now we are looking at the fan. Not the fan. Where are you going? Wait a minute. Oh, I know what I was doing. I was like, we're not going to look at the fan. Oh, it's the light? Go to the light. Yes, it is the light. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not the fan. It is the light. I did not need to move the screen after all. Give me 1 second. The light, ladies and gentlemen. My name's GrantSmithEllis. We're just waiting for things to come back into session. This could be a big moment. This could be a very big moment, in particular if Jen McCabe confirms that Karen Reed had reason to be jealous because John O'Keefe had previously been in a relationship with Bella's mom. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel. I hope you are ready for this. Apparently, I'm the Howard Cosell of towels. Hold on one sec. Oh, no, that was a very bad time for you to call. I'm waiting. I got a phone call from my doctor. I'm going to call you, doctor. I'm looking down at the phone. We're waiting for Jen McCabe to return to the stand. We see Paul O'Keefe, ladies and gentlemen. We see Paul O'Keefe. We see Mrs. O'Keefe to the right of the screen. We are just waiting for court to come back into session. But ladies and gentlemen, oh my word, this could be a moment. Karen Reed's mom herself seems to understand the intensity. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us are watching intently. The Karen Reed trial world waits. We wait. No, that's not what I wanted to do. We all sit, ladies and gentlemen. We eagerly anticipate the news that we all know is coming. Karen Reed was jealous of Bella's mother because Bella's mom had been with John O'Keefe in the past. Jen McCabe knew about it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am Grant Attenborough, Cosell, Towel, SmithEllis. I have about 8 names now. It's getting very hard to keep track of them all. But it's okay. We will get through this together. We are a wall of towels. You're watching Towels Public Information Service. Proudly brought to you by a man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are just waiting. This is a long sidebar. We're waiting for the sidebar to end to determine if Jen McCabe is going to be able to tell the world about John O'Keefe's relationship with Bella's mom that might have made Karen jealous. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready, fellow towels. This could put it all together. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. You are listening to Grant, Howard Cosell, Towel, Attenborough, SmithEllis. We watch and we announce. It's a combination of some kind of desert that we monitor, while at the same time I am Howard Cosell announcing some kind of sporting event. It involves horses running around a track and Bob Alessi talking about Chewbacca. We're not really sure where that came from. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a moment. This sidebar is protracted. It is all leading up to this, ladies and gentlemen. It's not the child's name. It's the child's mother being in a relationship with John O'Keefe in the past, because John would have known where the house was, and if Karen let John go in the house alone, in Karen's mind, he might have cheated on her. Karen was already cheating on John with Brian Higgins. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed the moment. It is. Towel has taken upon himself to assume the form of a combination sports racing, some kind of horse track announcer, coupled with David Attenborough. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, apparently Towel's accent when he assumes this tone is a very interesting one indeed. Towel does not actually know how he sounds. Towel just kind of speaks into the microphone and hopes that it comes across.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover?
No, I don't want to know what a lot of the trials you cover do. I want to know how long this sidebar is going to go on for. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the sidebar is about to end. That was a terrible time for them to take a break.
Matters so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with you. I'm a towel. We're about to come back into session. Get ready. Will the question happen? End your roll. No, we don't need this right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan's about to come back into session. Here we go. We're waiting. Hopefully, this was a terrible time to do an ad roll. Just the worst possible time. Oh, no. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, as soon as this is done, we should be back into session. We're going to find out if the question's going to be asked. Don't you dare miss this question. It will be an affront to the towel universe. Come on now. Get rid of your ad roll. All right. Go back to the coverage.
It would be after 12:15, but before 12:30, approximately, between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes.
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in?
Yes.
Okay. like to move forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
No, we were just laughing, telling stories. At one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video, it's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get-together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house, as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No.
Any arguing?
No.
Any violence?
No.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
Is the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No.
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front, so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages, or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here.
What do you mean by here? Was that exclamation point?
Here, question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No.
Did he ever text you again that night?
He never texted me again.
Never called again?
No.
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that that car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins.
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe a half. I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight?
Yes.
And you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way?
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
Okay. When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh, okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger.
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in which spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me, so I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
Okay. So as you start to drive, or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in, if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off in Snego, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house, I go up to bed, Matt makes himself a snack, and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people, and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night, and it was a very good game, so I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team, so we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot, so I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27, that time frame?
No.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up until that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings, and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone, and it's Kaylee, John's niece. John's niece. And I say hello, and she said, yeah, well, basically she relayed to me that, next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes.
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
It was a woman.
How loud was that person screaming?
Very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. and then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed.
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
The entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's?
Yes.
Jen! Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
Okay. During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS, so I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left, so I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar, and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clearer?
It did, and I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen and John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house and near the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different, or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
yes.
Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call, or was it just general screaming?
My name, and then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
Okay. When you told her that you had seen her out front, and she had said that she didn't remember that night, was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him, could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
So she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mm-hmm.
Was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Okay. Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her, and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point, I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house, and she doesn't know where he is, so now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight, John got out of the car, and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister, I called John, I called Tom Beatty, I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home?
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed out on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
Okay. And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be sure.
Were you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now at this point, at this moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling, early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday nights. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh, gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade, so like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No.
Were you friends at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all, beyond that one time I went out with her.
I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words, or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, "Jen! Jen!" She's screaming that 3 times, and then she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. A lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? She was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight.
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes, now the snow had intensified. It was almost like, it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. It was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in, or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out, or whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open, so I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street, and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway, I'm sorry.
When you say the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
Because I said, who is that?
Did you ask the defendant, or did you walk up?
I asked the defendant, and she told me it was Kerry Roberts.
Did you meet Kerry Roberts face-to-face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of a, the plow was coming, so then she was having to move down the street, and then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone, over the car, so they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes.
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
Yes.
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
No.
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
No.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Kerry Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Kerry Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying, we got to go to your sister's house, and Kerry Roberts said, no, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there. That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Kerry was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Kerry Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Kerry said that Kerry's kind of a take-charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows, so I said, okay. I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Kerry Roberts other than that meeting?
Yes, correct.
And you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was? You had been there many times for the kids?
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes.
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went into John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house?
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in.
How would you remember that?
Because I thought it was strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen, and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No.
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
Because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
Okay. What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No.
Did you provide her any comfort?
Yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over, and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Roberts.
So she had a comment. Next question.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen. Had said that. Had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, well, someone's going to get.
You what Kerry,
sorry.
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, I don't. Not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car. Was one of the times, yes.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Kerry's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant?
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Kerry said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Kerry Roberts' car, where was everybody sitting?
Kerry was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Kerry Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Kerry was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Kerry's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times, and then she would yell, could I hit him? Did I hit him? Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Kerry?
Kerry was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Ms. Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth, and screaming.
Was it constant screaming, or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back, and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good, and then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take, approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Ms. Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
Didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
Okay. And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, she screamed, stop, so Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
And when she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck, what is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said something, like she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking over to where I could see the girls were.
Now at that point you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had his headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Carrie Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Carrie and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Carrie's car, and then Carrie was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Carrie. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Carrie had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911, when you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Carrie, Karen, and John, and at that point, Carrie asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up, and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth-to-mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you, at that point, get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
what? It just wasn't like normal.
Why?
I don't. I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
No, friends, jurors are going to break now.
Okay, so jurors, that's it for today. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again, please be very careful with your social media. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Okay, towel friends, we are done for the day. There is no more session. We are done for the day. My name is GrantSmithEllis. That was how the day ended, towel friends. We are going to run back those two crucially important parts of Jen McCabe's testimony, which has only just started. Jurors go home for the day with the image of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts over John O'Keefe's body as Karen Reed is straddling John. Clearly, Karen Reed knew John was on that lawn before the three women arrived back at Fairview Road. Oh my word, towel friends, this is just a devastating direct. This has been intense in every sense of the word, towel friends. My word. We watched it together, Jen McCabe enumerating in detail what she discovered at that scene. But friends, Karen Reed mentioning the woman, Bella's mom, that John had been with many years in the past. What a strange moment. We must rewatch that. Just a devastating part of the testimony. And then, of course, Jen McCabe describing Karen Reed with talking about her broken taillight. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. That was very intense testimony. For jurors have to go home in that on that note with that imagery. Just heartbreaking, ladies and gentlemen. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We are going to run back and some of the testimony from Jen McCabe. Stay with me, towel friends here. My word, just an agonizing series of events. Just agonizing. Oh, to have to listen to that testimony. Jen McCabe stayed composed. You could tell how heartbreaking it was for Jen McCabe to have to talk about the scene, discovering her dear friend John O'Keefe, who had been quite literally frozen on the lawn for hours after allegedly being struck by Karen Reed, who was DUIing allegedly at the time. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was just absolutely agonizing. Allow Towel to compose himself. Yes, Jen McCabe's testimony was impactful last year, but Towel friends, that testimony today, my word, it had another level of impact because of how Hank Brennan asked questions, because of how Jen McCabe was responding, because of the details in the testimony. Ladies and gentlemen, that was intense. But now, Towel friends, we are going to bring up the towel stream. We are going to run back the testimony. We are going to watch two of those key moments of Jen McCabe's just heartbreaking testimony. And I will take you through just a few more minutes. We'll see if we can get any footage of Karen leaving court. There was very little Karen had to say yesterday. Karen looked like she was fuming having to watch Jen McCabe relay that heartbreaking testimony. I agree that Karen is angry at everyone else. You can see it, and we'll see it on the Karen cam as we get caught up on the towel feed. And I'm going to bring this up for you all now, towel friends. I'll bring it up on the towel screen, and we will be able to watch. We'll run back Jen McCabe, as I mentioned, Jen McCabe's testimony, and we will watch two of the biggest highlights. My name is GrantSmithEllis. What an agonizing way to have to end the day for jurors, for members of the public, for John O'Keefe's family, listening to the scene as Karen Reed, Kerry Roberts, and Jen McCabe arrived back at Fairview Road after 6 in the morning to discover John O'Keefe frozen, left on the lawn under a blanket of snow in a blizzard for hours, where Karen had allegedly struck John with her car around 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, just a heartbreaking day. My word, just heartbreaking. And I do have this footage for you now, towel friends. We are going to watch back some of Jen McCabe's testimony together. Just a devastating day, towel friends. I'm so sorry we all had to watch that in some sense. It was truly heartbreaking in every sense of the term. But yes, towel friends, allow me to bring up on the screen our video of today, the video of Jen McCabe testifying. Give me 1 second. And we will watch some of those remarks, in particular the remarks about Karen talking about John cheating on her with Bella's mom. Did I click dislike on my own video? I didn't mean to do that. I'm a towel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very serious subject, though. Let us begin finding the part that we wanted to watch. I believe it was right at 3:49. That was the part about Bella's mom. So let us go to that first. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a towel. Very serious subject matter. John O'Keefe, Karen Reed obviously was very angry at John in the moments before Karen and John, in John O'Keefe's final moments, and that came out, I think, in Karen talking about whether John had, quote, gone to cheat on her, or whether Karen thought John was going to cheat on her when she left John in those moments, and perhaps explains the argument John and Karen were having in the car just moments before Karen was alleged to have struck John with her Lexus while drunk driving and going backwards at 24.2 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a horrifying series of testimony to have to listen to, heartbreaking in its horrifying nature, and Karen Reed sat there pouting. Karen Reed, in my opinion, heading for conviction.
Oh, her house.
There is no third-party culprit at all, so jurors aren't aware of anything because Karen Reed's not allowed to use the third-party culprit defense. So but the reason why we're listening to our friends right here is we're going to find the part about Bella's mom.
Is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Hold on.
Asked if John could be cheating on.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant. Take us back to that morning.
Left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to...
Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, let me cue up the clip.
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
Okay, allow me to get the recording going. Ladies and gentlemen, please give me 1 second. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We're reviewing today's bombshell testimony from Jen McCabe in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Nope, no third-party defense at all. They were banned completely from using it and had to reapply to Judge Cannone for permission, which they never did during the first trial. No third-party culprit at all whatsoever, completely banned. But yes, hold on 1 second, towel friends. Hello, towel friends. My name is GrantSmithEllis. If you missed Day 6, the bombshell testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, ladies and gentlemen, at 4 p.m., the day's testimony ended with a heartbreaking description from John O'Keefe's dear friend, Jen McCabe, who had helped John raise his in many ways, raise his two double orphan niece and nephew. The day ended with Jen McCabe describing the scene as Karen Reed and Carrie Roberts and Miss McCabe initially discovered John O'Keefe's body frozen under a layer of snow after 6 a.m. on January 29, 2022, allegedly having been there for over 5 hours, according to the state, since Karen, according to evidence that will be presented to the jury, hit John with her car while drunk driving, backing up to 24.2 miles an hour, reducing to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022, thereupon causing John to hit the ground, suffering a traumatic brain injury, and coupled with the hypothermia as evidenced by the reddening of John's pancreas leading to John's death. The horrifying moments Jen McCabe described to end the day. But earlier, Jen McCabe gave us this clip, ladies and gentlemen, and explained that Karen Reed inexplicably, in the moments before the three women pulled up after 6 a.m. to Fairview Road, was asking and talking about John, quote, cheating on Karen potentially because a woman named Bella's mom, who John had had a relationship with many years in the past, happened to live in that neighborhood. Ladies and gentlemen, on the ride over, Jen McCabe testified earlier, where it was brought up, that Karen had also been told that Bella's mom's house was near the area that John and Karen were driving over to before Karen was alleged to have struck John. Ladies and gentlemen, was the fight that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe had in that car between 12:24 and 12:31 a.m. about John O'Keefe going in alone and whether Karen thought John was for some reason going to go cheat on her because the relationship was ending, and Karen herself had just cheated on John in his own home by kissing John's dear friend weeks before, after the January 15, 2022 Patriots game where the Pats got blown out in Buffalo 47-24 or so. Ladies and gentlemen, this clip says it all. It's short, but it goes right to the heart of Jen McCabe's testimony. Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were in an argument, as Karen told the EMTs, and we already heard. And that anger, that possession, that rage in Karen Reed boiled over after a day of fighting. Karen knew the relationship was ending with John, in my opinion, and she got angry. She was drunk. She had had 9 drinks. Her blood alcohol level was 2 to 4 times the legal limit. And she crashed into John. Why? Because of what Miss McCabe is about to testify to, I believe. And it was because Karen was jealous and possessive. And even the thought of John going into a house in a neighborhood around his ex-girlfriend from years ago was enough to set Karen off. Let's listen.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
Didn't know what the hell she was talking.
Okay, hold on, friends. I'm seeing that we are back for more court. They kicked us out of the Karen cam, so if there is more court, I'm going to have to go back to the other feed. Stay with me, towel friends. Stay with me. We are not going to give up that easily. We have a plan here, towel friends. I will get us right back to the feed. Hold on, towel friends. If that is really the case, I will get us there. They kicked us out of the. What do you want us to, towel friends? Normally, when they're going to do that, they keep the in-room Karen cam going. Thank you to whoever saw it on the stream, towel friends. We're going to bring it up together right now. This was totally unexpected. And don't worry, we won't miss anything because I will be able to get us right back. Hold on, towel friend. Double towel. Don't worry, I'm going to get us right back to wherever it was that the hearing started. Thank you so much to whoever monitored that. I'm good. I see you, towel friends. I hear you, towel friends. I'm going to bring this up as fast as towel possibly can. Yes, towel friends. No one was expecting this. Towel did not know this was coming. They kicked us out of the court Zoom, but we will not give up. We will not be deterred. We are good little towels, and I have it for you now. I got it. All right, stick with us. Stick with us, towel friends. Should be popping up on your screen. We're going to go back to exactly when Hank Brennan started talking. Yeah. I got it, towel friends. We only missed a minute or two.
After I called 911.
Yeah, we literally only missed a minute. Thank you so much to whoever caught that. You caught it for us almost right away. Wow, he really just started speaking. Here we go.
All right, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the ARCA witnesses, the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the ARCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial. To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. Now, he mentioned that he changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally, for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this case. And so what is left for Your Honor to look at is a summary of phone records from the defense and ARCA's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that all of those phone conversations, questioning of Dr. Rentschler, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before. Dr. Rentschler said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communications. Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify that that was simply procedure and logistics, never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchange about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration order and how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Rensselaer, who was quite candid. An hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer, is that during the trial, when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony, in this case, unknown to the Commonwealth, unknown to the court, information, particular information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. We have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know the Department of Justice, at least, is violating the order, helping the witnesses along, and then they testify unbeknownst to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I've provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
I do.
Okay, so this was an exhibit from yesterday. I did have the opportunity to look at them.
I suggest that the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge, what we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur just because it happened last trial, in this case, early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose to hire the ARCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the ARCA witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Rensselaer admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Alisi preached during his argument. We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report may not be done till May 7th. We are in the middle of trial. Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May. He is going to be testifying shortly after. He will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of materials, vet whether it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks that it's inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant. There is no exception that you used ARCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October, the defense from past experience, and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March. and then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in the position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case to consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never, at this point, receive the proper discovery with to prepare.
All right, thank you. Mr. Alessi, I only have one question for you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we heard yesterday counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15? I don't see how you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
Should I go to the podium?
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding. Can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Alessi, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling, okay? So I understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders and my orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set upon here. However, a defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So I'm going to allow the ARCA witnesses to testify. I am going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination. And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything as a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have. But that's where we stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct, and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. All right, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow.
All rise in the court, please.
I'm stunned, Tal French. Judge Cannoni is giving the Karen Reed defense another try. It's not try. It is not. The defendant's fair trial rights, after multiple repeated intentional findings of material misrepresentations to the court, really outrageous. Outrageous, Tal friends. My name's GrantSmithEllis. You watch coverage all day. I'll be getting the clips up now, but you just saw Judge Cannoni rule that despite numerous material misrepresentations, she is going to allow the ARCA witnesses to testify. Just a horrifying decision, in my opinion. The Reed defense is trying to ambush the state with this late report, ladies and gentlemen. Mark my words. Judge Cannoni's onto it. I don't know how this is going to play out, but it was a very intense end to the day, an unexpected Rule 14 hearing. Hank Brennan made his very best argument. But in the end, Judge Cannoni, no one will ever accuse Judge Cannoni of being biased towards the Reed defense. She has bent over backwards to accommodate them. Karen Reed's heading towards a guilty verdict on at least one count for the death of John O'Keefe. The testimony delivered by witnesses, be it Jen McCabe's testimony about the devastating moments that John O'Keefe was discovered, and Karen Reed talking about John O'Keefe cheating on her for some reason while the two witnesses and Karen were looking for John that morning. John's frozen body left in the snow to die from hypothermia after Karen allegedly struck John at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on 1/29/2022. Oh, goodness, towel friends. It was quite a day. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Follow along for full trial coverage. See more coverage of Ian Whiffin, the Celebrate expert, confirming John O'Keefe's phone never moved from the lawn after that moment until it was discovered along with John the next morning after 6 a.m. Follow the whole trial, youtube.com/GrantSmithEllis, as agonizing as it is to describe. And what a horrifying ruling. What a horrifying ruling. All right, towel friends, we must do our traditional towel duty, so stick with me, stick with me, stick with me, stick with me. We must get this to the masses, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking. In shocking John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial news, and despite the best possible arguments from Hank Brennan, Judge Cannoni will allow Reed's experts from ARCA to testify despite multiple intentional Rule 14 violations and 105 deleted text messages involved. Just shocking. Oh my, shocking. You want to talk shocking, ladies and gentlemen? That's shocking. No favoritism towards the defense, just an absolutely shocking ruling. And folks will never in a million years be able to say that Judge Cannoni has favoritism towards the Reed defense. Mark my words. I'm also glad that I uploaded that in two parts. There is both the Hank Brennan argument and then Bob Alessi getting yelled at. And then Judge Cannoni saying, don't talk anymore, Bob Alessi, you're going to win this argument. In shocking John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial news, and despite the best possible arguments from Hank Brennan, Judge Cannoni will allow Reed's experts from ARCA to testify despite multiple intentional Rule 14 violations and 105 deleted text messages. May no one ever accuse Judge Cannoni of being biased against Reed's defense. Karen Reed and her lawyers have been given more chances in light of their egregious misconduct than any defense legal team in history. Absolutely, without question. I've never seen anything like it. Earlier, hold on. Now I have to switch to the other typing mechanism. Earlier, Celebrate expert Ian Whiffin confirmed the 6:23 a.m. and 6:24 a.m. time stamps of Jen McCabe's Google searches, and confirmed John's phone never moved after 12:32 and 16 a.m., the very moments when Karen is alleged to have struck John with her car while going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse, and with a BAC 2 to 4 times the legal limit, 0.13 to 0.29. Then Jen McCabe herself took the stand and began telling jurors about Karen's weird behavior in the moments before John O'Keefe was discovered after 6 a.m. frozen on the lawn outside of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Karen was apparently arguing with John in the moments between 12:24 a.m. and 12:31 a.m. as John and Karen sat outside the home, and then Karen brought up a woman who John used to date, who lived in the area after 6 a.m. when McCabe and Reed were out looking for John with Kerry Roberts, another of John's friend. My word. Then, as evidence closed for the day, McCabe described the heartbreaking scenes when she, Roberts, and Reed discovered John's body frozen on the lawn in the early morning driven snow. We will be back for more testimony tomorrow morning, first thing. Throughout the day of testimony on the Karen Cam, Reed looked a frail, ghastly, hostile, angry figure, devastated by today's evidence and her inevitable conviction, in my view, on at least one count as to John O'Keefe's death. How's that, ladies and gentlemen? I'm sorry it took me a second to write that up. I hope the microphone was able to stick with Little Tal for all of that. I apologize for that slight delay. Am I still with you? Yes. Were you still able to hear me? Yes. Did I miss all of your comments? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the ARCA decision was just absolutely just absolutely horrifying. Towel is just aghast. I understand why Judge Cannoni said it. I understand why Judge Cannoni made her decision, but it was just horrifying, friends. Just horrifying. But that said, Tal was able to write up the report. I appreciate your patience there. I'm going to take a look at some of your questions. And then also we were able to get the moment, of course, when Jen McCabe announced that very strange series of remarks on behalf of Karen Reed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it, there was that surprise ARCA hearing, came out of absolutely nowhere there at the last few minutes. Hank Brennan made an absolute heck of an argument in his efforts to keep ARCA excluded, but it simply did not work. If you're just tuning in, if you've never tuned in before, thank you so much. We have been going for 9 hours on today's stream of Tao's Public Information Service. I really appreciate all of your support. You can see my voice is getting a little tired. Towel really should probably go eat something, but I'm going to stay with you. I'm going to read a few more comments. We're going to see if we can get footage of Karen leaving court, and I certainly do think Hank Brennan is going to absolutely decimate Karen Reed's experts from ARCA. By the way, this is every 90 minutes or so you get a reminder. This is actually a public information service. It's completely run at a loss by myself because I'm a towel, and I do my best to provide information to the wider public to engender cogent public discourse and ward off threats to the integrity of our lawmaking process or the judicial branch or otherwise. And as a result, I appreciate all the towel friends who have been subscribing on YouTube, liking the channel. The most immediate way that you can help Towel and contribute towards Towel's efforts and make Towel not wake up every day wondering if he's going to be able to not starve, although I guess I don't mind not eating, but I really should eat because living off energy drinks, chips, and Butterfingers is probably not ideal. If you want to support this stream, you can do so by any of the means in the description of the chat, and then I'm also going to drop 3 immediate ways that you can support Towel. Why do I do this every 90 minutes? Because I took inspiration from the BBC and PBS, which say that if you're going to do a user-supported public information service with no sponsors or ads, every 90 minutes reminding those users that they are actually the reason this service is able to continue is a good opportunity to sort of spread one's message while also explaining the inner workings. But yes, wonderful towels, all of you lovely folks. I shared that information in the chat, but I want to be clear. Donating to Towel is one way to show your support for this public information service. The other ways that Towel really appreciates you showing your support for this public information service is doing small acts of kindness for others, embracing universal love, demonstrating universal love for others, and just showing compassion in everything that you do. Even if it's something as small as donating to homeless veterans, going out on the street and saying hello to a stranger or a neighbor or a friend, visiting a family member, telling Towel about these small acts of service, like donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Fruchel did once and truly warmed Towel's heart. That is what really makes me feel that I am trying to accomplish here, and what I think all the Towel friends who join in on these streams are hoping it becomes accomplished, is engendered. So that's what matters to Towel. All 5,000 of you watching over on the X and the hundreds of Towel friends on YouTube. You know I appreciate every single one of you. I can't believe 5,000 of you are watching over on the Twitter. That is most certainly, I think, one of the Towel record. Towel will take it. Towel will take and by take it, I mean Towel will take a screenshot of it. There is actually proof of this. My word. The world will know that I almost got to 5,000 people on X. I'm not really sure what that means to me, but the world will know, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, see, I can take this down. Ready? Are you ready for this? Friend, the Towel universe on YouTube is going to be absolutely ecstatic when they see this. Where is it? I just thought I saw it. Oh, I see what I have to do. Hold on, Towel friends. Look at this. So when I bring this over, there it is, Towel friends. We must all celebrate. You can see it right there. But yes, folks, do be kind to yourself in a world defined by self-interest and greed. Towel tries to celebrate the small things, say hello to his Towel friends, celebrate milestones, stream for 9 hours, get exhausted, and then go find 7-Eleven pizza. But yes, of course, Towel friends, we will be back together tomorrow around 7:30 to do it all again. I do want to continue to read some of your points, though, so if you have questions, if you want to know anything, now's the only time. It does only take one juror, but I think Karen acted a lot more cocky or arrogant during the last trial, and that was a latent expression of the fact that she thought she had a juror, and she did, in the juror who became her lawyer. I know that's the goal, another hung jury, but I'm really wondering if Karen's going to be able to pull it off this time. I think Hank Brennan was a different beast when it came to screening out jurors, and I wouldn't be surprised if Karen thought she had a few people on that juror, but didn't actually pull it off. Dixie Doodles, it was great to see you. Jew Drops, you're still here, dear friend. I appreciate all your help earlier, although it didn't, I guess, really entail anything. Towel just left, but I put you in ceremonial charge of the Towelettes Jew Drops, and you did wonderful. Yeah, one of the jurors from the last trial was definitely in the bag for Karen Reed. There's no doubt about that. But Towel friends, if you missed it, just a very interesting series of events today. The last thing we will do for the day is I will go through and, as is tradition, we will finish off the day with one more Towel post. And I'll bring the screen down. I know a lot of folks are just shocked by that ruling from Judge Cannoni, but listen, Towel friends, all the free Karen Reed people are going to just, their minds are going to be blown. How is it possible that Judge Cannoni, this judge they thought was biased against Karen, just made perhaps the most important favorable ruling for Karen of the trial so far? Oh, God bless you, Towel friends. Someone sent over... Oh, God bless you. I won't read your name out loud because I don't like to do that to people. But Towel saw that. God bless you, Towel friends. It means a lot. I try to do it in real time. Sometimes I forget. One more Towel post. Here was the moment that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial witness Jen McCabe was able to tell jurors over the furious objections of Reed's lawyers that Reed, in the early morning of 1/29/2022, was thinking about John O'Keefe's ex-girlfriend who lived near Fairview Road. Wow. Just wow, friend. just, wow, that was quite a moment. I mean, yeah, no, ARCA are not limited, Alana. Judge Cannoni gave yet another of her infamous stern warnings, but no ARCA removal. No ARCA removal. It was shocking. I don't think anyone could have expected it. But my word, friends, my word, it was shocking. I just don't know what to say, towel friends. I could not believe that decision. Judge Cannoni just over and over and over and over again is willing to go to bat for Karen Reed's defense. I'll never understand why. No one will ever say that Judge Cannoni is a pro-prosecution judge, that's for sure. And no one will ever say that Judge Cannoni was biased towards Karen Reed. Just above and beyond in every sense of the word, towel friends. I'm just shocked. Horrendous. Mental, says Murder by Maestro. It's so funny because the towel friends commenting on YouTube have such a huge platform because they're speaking to all the people over on X. I like to compare the towel friends in the chat to a tesseract, which is to say the towel friends interact with each other. They interact with the wider community watching the stream. They interact with Towel. It becomes this 3D imprint of a wider 4D, beautiful, stitched together fabric of the Towel universe. Yes, the O'Keefe family does deserve so much better. And it is true, defendants get a lot of leeway in trials, Towel friends. I think that is something we're all seeing. All right, listen, my voice is actually starting to go. Towel friends, I have given so much in the service of my towel friends who I love so much, all of you in so many different ways. Linda, Jew Drops, Joe O'Keefe, I'm so glad to see you. Today's was a very difficult day of testimony. God bless the O'Keefe family. Dixie Doodles, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to talk us home by saying, by doing my customary thank you. Alana, it was great to have you. Ed Jobs, it was great to see you. I think I saw one. I try to add new towel friends to the fold. We're getting to the point where so many people are joining in, I don't even get to add them all. Lauren Ellen Gisler, we're going to add you to the honorary towel fold. Welcome to the blue wall of towels. Angie Whittick, as always, my dear friend, it was great to see you. Christina, thank you for being here all day. Francis Frutrell, it's always wonderful to see you. Tom Gist, your contributions were wonderful. Tom just says, I knew the ARCA ruling was coming. Cross will be testy. I agree. Grant, will the deletion of text in violation of sequestration order in trial 1 be fair cross-examination? Yeah, it's fair because it's impeachment evidence and it was a prior proceeding under oath. Absolutely. Jury is hanging on Jen McCabe's every word, says B in chance, according to John DePetro. I'm not surprised. Def Otter, God bless you. Thank you so much for being with us. Jew Drops, as always, my dear friend. Linda O'Gara, Diana Natale, B in chance, of course. So many towel friends. Towel is running out of voice. Kerry Gold, it was great to see you. Paisley Park, of course, wonderful. Goldie Lawrence, you're such a wonderful towel friend. Towel loves to end the stream. The Pilgrim Shadow, my dear friend, I'm glad to see you. Murder by Maestro, of course. Once Murder by Maestro is here, it is truly a towel party. Taylor, great to see you. Nancy from the 508. Barb 417, I loved all of your comments today. Thank you so much. Phyllis Brink, you as well. Thank you. Modelo Macy, you had some wonderful insights. MJ Baker, No Stray Ants, always wonderful to see you pop up. As you can see, towel friends, OMFGITSMIR, great to see you as well. Farm Girl, I love your name. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Deep Sleep Meditation. I love your name. You're definitely becoming an honorary towel. But yes, I should save my voice so we can keep talking tomorrow, towel friends. God bless you for the rest of your day. We had quite a day in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. We'll be back at 7:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning. Go hug your towels. Go love your loved ones. Enjoy the sunshine if you're around sunshine. If it's nighttime, get some rest. God bless you all. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Until tomorrow, we'll see each other in just over 14 hours or under 15 hours. God bless you, towel friends. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Thanks for being with me.